So hi everyone. It's true, my name is Beata Kalisz Hedegaard. So I'm originally from Poland, and my second surname, for curiosity, is Danish name. I will shortly introduce myself, so I think that would be helpful also for the future discussions we're gonna have, so you know what's my background. I've been studying for 15 years different technological stuff. I started with electronics and telecommunication. I studied that in Poland. I did theoretical physics in Denmark. Then I also worked for a company, and I worked on the nanomaterials for applications in the industry, and led a team there. And then I moved to US and worked in a terahertz lab, which is an optical systems, radars, and that was next to Air Force Base, American Air Force Base. So it was highly military based, a lot of projects, but I actually swapped, and I also worked on projects in medicine. First on the terahertz applications for medical applications, as I said, but then I worked deeply on the nanomaterials for cancer treatments as a physicist. I've been to Malaysia working on the radars for discovering of oil in the grounds with also nanomaterials there. Then I went back to Denmark. I did quantum field theory, so very theoretical work again on cosmology. I went to Netherlands to work on in The Hague in the European Patent Office. And then I've been now 8 years in Germany. And then I worked for a German aerospace agency, DLR. I did research work on mathematical modeling of air pollution, worked with a big data there. And then I worked also as a patent engineer in a law firm. For the last year and a half, I've been doing my own business. I founded deep tech startup that works on an entanglement source for space applications and a 6G, which is QuantumPrime. And then through my work on that, I met fantastic people with whom I created a quantum security and defense working group. This one is registered in UK. So I'm saying the journey so that you kind of get where I'm coming from and what bits and pieces I bring when I network with people and how I talk. And I think that my broad background is exactly what helps me to connect with a lot of people from different countries and also from different technological backgrounds. And because for the last, now actually almost 2 years, I've been doing business, I talk with a lot of companies from post-quantum, cryptography, QKD, also from space, because my own startup is in the space. And I also meet with a lot of end users, so people that work in a bank and have conversations, because I drive a business, so I have a lot of conversations. I don't have anything to click.
Thank you.
Click on the screen one more.
No?
No.
Okay.
Can you show once more? Yeah, perfect.
And I can go back, yeah. When you're building a startup, when you're building a community and you're making it as a business, it's a lot of fun because you can really tailor it to the people you're talking with, and you get to hear their needs, and you can very quickly clash what you thought you're gonna be doing with what actually is really needed on the market. And at the beginning, that's why I've pointed it, because we are still in the process of a new understanding of emerging what we're doing and why it works. Actually, we were very curious about how come people gravitate to our community. So we are at the moment the fastest growing quantum tech community around, and we were somehow, okay, we are amazing, right? But we were still surprised. What is actually our essence? What we are doing that it makes sense for people from so many different fields, comparing to what other people are already doing on the market. So when we started it, what we thought we would do, we started actually talking about this business a year ago on a quantum defense conference in Warsaw. And it started with this conversation. So how do you communicate to people in the military, this technology, when they don't want to hear about the hype, they don't want to hear about the hope, and they actually really don't care it's quantum. And that's where was this, so it started actually with the conversations, and it started as an answer on the need of better conversations. But what we thought as a business first, we thought we knew it's going to be a community. We thought it would be a network, but we had no idea beyond that. And we just took a risk and a dive and started a business around it. With time, what we saw is that there is the companies that we started the conversation with, which was a lot of startups, and a lot of them were actually in the military because that's where we met. And the idea was that we're going to be helping them grow their business because they're going to be talking better about what they do. And so we thought we will be taking this innovation and early adopters, putting them out there. But that's not as simple, because the main thing that people were coming back to us was, here I am, an innovator. I want to drive a business. I want to get clients. I want to make money. All I do on the meeting is teach quantum physics. It was like, okay, there is a message here. There is something that is really not there. And we've been listening to them, and we've been having meetings every week since the end of last summer on webinars. And we realized that we're not really doing really only this. What we're doing, we also have an opportunity to educate people. And at first, we thought we're going to be educating people from industry, decision makers. That's what the people were gravitating to. And we thought we're going to be educating them what the quantum is. And somehow we thought we were going to be educating them about that quantum physics, about what post-quantum cryptography is, what it's not, what QKD, you know, like help people distinguish those technologies, and then also know what where the hype is and what actually the reality is. That's what we thought, and that's what we did. We created a course on that. We had meetings where we were inviting the players, but that's actually not why it works. So we had that web page, and then showing you. So we constantly change how we are trying to grasp the essence of what we're doing. So we, as I say, we meet every week. I invite people from academia. I invite people from banks. I invite startups, but I also invite big companies. They can be from Airbus. It can be an NVDA that make the missiles for, and we have questions. We always book a lot of time for questions and conversations. And then we first thought we were going to be doing only quantum security and the defense. So when people were approaching us and they were doing something with quantum computing, they were like, oh, I just don't really fit there. And now like, that just felt so wrong when they were saying they don't fit there, because I thought they really fit, because people that were coming to the meetings, even they were talking about security, or they were developing themselves as security tools in quantum, and they actually really cared about what quantum computers do and what they don't. And since they were not experts in those fields, they could benefit from conversations. They could benefit of understanding what algorithms are being developed for quantum computers, are they working, what type of value they deliver, what not, what are the hopes and what are the threats. So our page was becoming more complicated. Okay, it started with security, then we started to group it into quantum cybersecurity, into quantum key distribution, post-quantum cryptography, quantum for satellites, quantum random number generators, quantum machine learning, quantum computers, and quantum blockchain. Okay, and we have conversations. Okay, we have those conversations on the weekly webinars, and then we have plenty of phone calls throughout it, and then I travel almost every week to meet new people and get new conversations. This is a snapshot. As I say, I invite people from all across the industry to have conversations. They are all our speakers, partners, and then beyond that, we have also people that just simply join our community. So we have our LinkedIn group, you should follow us. We have our free webinars every week, but we also have a paid platform, okay? I just already told you that we are doing really great. We are fastly growing. We have actually 2 courses available on our webpage. One is on the quantum cybersecurity. That's how it looks on our platform. Just that you know, it's a whole platform where we have news. We have our recordings of all those meetings there from all the speakers that had. One can find that. It's under membership. We did, as I said, even the quantum blockchain. That was under the sponsorship, but that was not it. It simply was not the essence of our business. Yes, this is great. People like it, but that's not what we were offering. So that's again on that. This is a shout out to you. I want to actually put it like that, and I have a question. What courses, what conversations, what is missing for you as a community? What do you want quantum for lawmakers? Do you want a quantum for defense, but very low? I'm very curious to hear, where do you see the conversations that are missing, and what type of knowledge people need to have before engaging in the conversations? We do, and we're very open. But we see that it leads to something in between, and then I'm going to be telling you what I see, what is emerging out of that. So we have that LinkedIn community, and then we've been experimenting. When you're doing a business, you don't have to treat things seriously. You can just check what type of form of communication would work, who will engage with you, why, and would it having fun would be working, or would it being super dead serious would work? I can tell you people love cats. People don't mind fancy lady. They don't mind dramatic cats being sassy. And we even went for manga for one of the clients. So we do it by us, no sponsorship, but we also do it for the clients. We communicate and we check. The funny thing is that people simply engage no matter what. It's easier to grasp people's attention when they scroll, when something is colorful. But from the conversations we get afterwards, it's just simply the very similar conversation if I put something very serious or if I put this psychedelic cat out there. It's the same crowd, but it's just more when it's psychedelic cat. From a business point of view, it just makes more sense to put a psychedelic cat. But the quality of the responses has not changed at all. So we have those events. So as I mentioned, we meet weekly. We have, we're gonna have an incubator starting in May to see if that's where we can add value. This is next week event. As I say, we meet every Tuesday. And as you see, even on my own business, my names sometimes get totally mixed up. But it's just to show it, like, so we're gonna have a talk about talent acquisition, retention of people that are in this tech. So we engage in really broad conversations. And I want to engage in more conversations here, because what I'm trying to grasp is that when we are in this moment of time, it's the slowest development that we see looking back, looking into future. This is the slowest. It is the slowest it will ever be. You know, next year it's going to be faster. There's going to be more. And what I see and what I'm still not having good words to describe to you, running that type of business, I see there is an essence in between. There is a need for a new language. And that language is not necessarily technical language. It's not necessarily business language or regulator. It's not social language. It's a new language that allows people to trust that they can be vulnerably uneducated despite they are professionals, where they feel safe to talk, because we're all gonna be outdated next year. And we need to have a place where we are okay to talk about it, to exchange information that is constantly new. And you can't read everything. And you need to come there willing to learn, but also being open that a lot of people might have read just those different articles and you will learn from them no matter where they're coming from. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we have questions? We're perfect in time, so we have a few minutes for questions.
Well, I may have a bit of a provocative question, but why does this need to be a business? Like, can't you have these conversations without having people having to pay to take part to the conversation? Wouldn't you have more people joining in and more interesting conversations as a result?
It's not provocative. It's a question I get all the time. And the answer is, it seems that it doesn't work when it's not for business. So I asked the same question. So I actually met last week with people that do something very similar, trying to doing in Delft. So as I said, a lot of stuff that we offer, you can participate in every conversation for free. Our webinars are for free. You come every week. We don't charge for it. I don't charge you to be a speaker, and I don't charge the audience. The trick only is that I record it and then it's on the platform if someone missed it. That's under membership. But what I'm seeing, and that's actually where I'm saying I'm still very curious why this works, because there is a lot of platforms and there is always a lot of talking, like we all care about the education, and then the universities get a lot of money. They try to do very similar meetings. They try to do courses. And yet again, they do not see the same growth and a pool of people that we see. So you can totally do it for free. But my question is why this works and why all those others do not see the same pool that we're observing, that we have immense growth in half a year, that we have 10,000 followers on LinkedIn in half a year, and some of the people that do the same without having it as a business have 5,000 after 5 or 10 years of operation. So it's actually a question back on, and I'm still trying actually to get the essence of it. What is it?
I have a question. Do you have a problem, or maybe put differently, how do you deal with hype? If you talk about LinkedIn, if you talk about getting attention, also within academia, you can do that by overhyping statements about quantum. And you should be careful with that, because then you make all kinds of claims which you cannot materialize later, but you get lots of attention. How do you do that in building up that community? It would probably be really good to emphasize the threats. You get lots of attention, but that wouldn't be good. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, and as they say, it's a startup. It's still not paying bills. So just to put it in a context of how much money it actually makes, because it's a also interesting question. We actually went for an opposite. We went to avoid a hype. And I believe that part of the pool is that we are taking the hard work of talking about something, being completely excited about it, but trying to do it in a most legit way possible. So we are trying to navigate this thing of having hype, this psychedelic, colorful cat. But then if you read my post, it's highly technical and still leave place for ambiguity. So I personally have no issues with keeping ambiguities, keeping the space for that I don't know for sure, that I might make mistake, and I welcome discussion. Yes, you can go really far on conversations about hype or the doomsday or fake stories. They just don't go really that far, and in the end, they do not work, because you will attract people that are only for that. So when we are growing a business that wants to do business development and real work on an ecosystem, I am not attracting 10 million of people because I'm talking about UFO coming with the quantum weapons. But I actually interface people that lead the whole companies. They are CTOs in a top technical companies. And because the conversation is engaging, but it's a conversation based in reality. But hype, what I see is like, you will never avoid hype, because hype also have its own purpose. It's to excite people. You just need to do it wisely.
Perfect. Yeah. I think we can have two short questions. Was this a question here from you? Or, yeah. And then the other questions, sorry for that, you probably need to take a break.
Yeah, quick question. Because there is, this quantum education project in the flagship. How do you, I suppose you could do that too, apply for grants under the flagship. But yeah. I was just, I was thinking,
thanks.
I was thinking that, I think capacity building for, hopefully we're going to discuss this, the whole quantum divide thing, and capacity building for particular people from the global south will be a big thing. Not sure if there's money in it, but you could try to, work with development cooperation agency and devise specific capacity building from global south people. I think that could be something you'd be looking for. And obviously, because you were asking some advice, quantum for diplomats, I would say, is something would be interesting.
Thank you. So to maybe address the first part, what we saw as a business, that it makes no sense with us to compete with exactly European flagships, universities, or organizations that provide courses that are very close also to courses available, academically, or you get ECTS points. And that's where actually we're not adding the value. And we are grasping it that it's a combination of education. We thought it's called continuous education, but it's actually not all the essence that is there. I believe that actually the true value is in the fact that we bring a lot of people that don't mind that they are a CTO and they don't know quantum. That somehow and I'm still trying to figure out how we manage to do it, but I would have people that would just feel okay to come to webinar despite being a top person. We have people from European Commission that comes to our meeting, follows my psychedelic lady posts, and I have then conversations. So we somehow emerge as something in between, and I believe it's because people feel okay to come there and engage. How we manage this, I still try to grasp it, but I believe that actually our value is in between institutions, big companies, and so on. I don't have an answer. It's a new understanding.
So thanks for sharing your experience. One quick question. So since this is security and defense, you will very quickly reach the limit of what people can actually share and what people can speculate about. What do you have in mind for that time when you reach that limit and you start getting diminishing returns on what people can actually share about what they are doing? So that there's a limit of that growth of knowledge and information that you can share within this kind of a working group.
It's a really good question, and somehow it doesn't hinder. So we have a lot of people that just say, well, I cannot talk about this, I cannot talk about that. And yet again, they come and they get value out of it. And what I'm observing is that you don't have to say technical details to profoundly contribute and profoundly benefit from a conversation. So despite we have people that are working on the classified projects and they cannot get to the essence of their technology, or they cannot share who is exactly their final customer, yet again, the fact that they're coming and say, we are doing this, and we do have someone that listens to us, is actually a huge contribution for the community. I think there is a nice way of keeping what has to be secured. So we actually work with some of the companies on NDAs where we get to know what they do, because it's not only for military and defense, it's the same for security, because even if you start as a startup that is developing algorithms, and on the beginning you think you will not, but if your client is someone that don't want to share, and your client can be a bank, and that bank do not want to talk about their risk assessments, because that has, so I think we got to the moment where this confidentiality and the risk is, yes, it is on the military, it is on a defense, but disturbing the public trust in the institutions, in the bank, is equally powerful weapon in the wars. And those people also don't want to share who they're working for, which bank actually they're doing it for. And yet again, they bring that and they contribute to knowledge sharing.
Perfect. Yeah. Let's thank the speaker again. Yeah. Perfect. Again, 50 minutes of talk and then a few minutes for questions. Yeah, I think the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone, depending on the online or in the here room. After Anna's presentation, I feel quite nervous. I don't have any kind of beautiful picture or cat in my presentation. But at the same time, I'm really inspired because I am back in Seoul, South Korea. I'm the director for the Center for Defense Technology and Entrepreneurship. And every week, every month, I also had a chance to meet entrepreneurs, innovators. And I firmly believe we have more in the defense and military domain. But today, really pleasure to join you at this event, and special thanks to the organizers for the kind invitation. Some of you may remember, since I prepared this early version of this concept at last year's event in Singapore. And since then, the research have evolved, and I'm really happy to share some interim findings. And the title of my talk today is Quantum Technologies, Global Supply Chains, and International Peace and Security. And the subtitle is a framework for assessing vulnerabilities in the quantum supply chain. And this presentation and my remarks afterward will be offered in my personal capacity and reflects joint research with the Stanford Center for Responsible Quantum Technology. So here we go. So as a background, I know we have discussed already some of the global recognition at the UN level, but just to remind you who just joined this webinar. So 7 June 2024, the United Nations declared this year as the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. It is a powerful recognition, powerful acknowledgement of the field's role, enhancing innovation, sustainability, and equity. Yet, with growing promise comes always growing concern. And back in 2022, the UN Secretary General warned the General Assembly that quantum computers, while revolutionary, could undermine cybersecurity and destabilize critical infrastructure, all in the absence of a global framework to address these emerging risks. And today, quantum technologies are, we all know, no longer confined to the lab. Breakthroughs in computing, sensing, and communications are transforming global industries and defense strategies as well. As commercialization accelerates in the coming years, coming weeks, even, quantum systems are inching closer to real-world deployment, not only civilian sector, but also in the military domain. However, this momentum relies on a highly specialized and globally distributed supply chain, namely a network that is largely under-examined and increasingly vulnerable. These supply chains are exposed to maybe possibly geopolitical tensions, resource scarcity, and technical bottlenecks, which can significantly affect the pace of innovation and international stability. And I know Rukas really beautifully explained the whole this diverse quantum domains and maturity levels, but I really briefly touched upon, since I think it is quite important to begin our conversation, especially in the defense side. So before diving into the framework, let's revisit the quantum landscape in general. Computing, sensing, communications, we heard already, each evolves at a different pace. And quantum computing is still largely experimental, maybe TRL 3 or 2 even. Sensing is close to commercialization, already used in fields like navigation and imaging and other applications as well. And communication is not far behind with QKD. We already discussed a lot, pilots underway, as we heard already briefly yesterday and today during the panel discussion. Then what unites them in terms of the governance going forward? All are dual use, and I know Mikhail already discussed about this. They serve both civilian and military purposes, and that point raises complex governance questions. And I will come back to that point later in my presentation. So this slide just shows really complex and vulnerabilities of the global quantum supply chain. The quantum supply chain is nascent for now, complex and globally distributed, you can imagine. No single country or institution controls every stage. Components often cross multiple borders before deployment. For example, a typical quantum system might involve a chip designed in the US, fabricated in Taiwan, cooled using cryogenic from maybe Germany or in Europe, integrated with rare earth materials from Central Asia or Africa, and ultimately deployed in Europe or North America. So you can see this complex dynamics unfold in the foreseeable future as well. And then this interdependence enhances innovation, but also introduces strategic risk. Maybe in times of conflict, sanctions, or trade restrictions, the topics we will deal with later part of our panel discussion. A disruption at any link can cascade across the system and innovation furthermore. And this slide, I'm just really working on it with my co-researchers, just shows elements used in the quantum technology. So you can see how complex and dynamics will be involved. And then quantum technologies also rely on platform diversity. We've heard a lot of the superconducting qubits, trapped ions, photonics, and others, all with distinct material and hardware requirements. And this diversity complicates risk assessment and planning. And since each platform creates a different supply chain footprint, and even this, at this moment, current and emerging choke points in the supply chains are really diverse, and this overview will continue to evolve. So, so what I am doing for that, so to address these risks, UNIDIR and ResQT at Stanford launched a joint research to develop a conceptual framework for systematically assessing vulnerabilities in the quantum supply chain, more specifically focused on quantum computing and critical raw materials, or CRMs. And as you can imagine, this work is intentionally interdisciplinary, blending technical analysis with a risk assessment and international policy. It builds on the Quantum Criticality Index, QCI, which I will back into and elaborate later on, under development at ResQT, and draws from established methodologies like those from the, for example, US National Research Council, while incorporating insights from industry studies and global expert consultations. And our research is guided by three overarching questions. So one, what are the core vulnerabilities in the quantum supply chain? In other words, which materials, components, and systematic dependencies pose the greatest risks to international security and resilience? And second, what methodologies can governments and institutions use to assess and prioritize these risks? In other words, how can both qualitative and data-driven approaches can prioritize fragile supply chain links? And lastly, how can diplomacy and international cooperation help prevent fragmentation and ensure resilience development? I will explain step by step in my later presentation. Given these three overarching questions, we structure the work around three key objectives. So one, mapping key elements and vulnerabilities. And second, further developing the quantum criticality index, creating a data-driven tool to rank supply chain elements by risk and impact. And lastly, definitely promoting international collaboration and diplomacy by fostering cooperative frameworks for supply chain resilience. So these are core objectives for my research. So for supply chain vulnerability assessment, to systematically assess vulnerabilities in the quantum supply chain, our framework is built around three core steps, each designed to address a different layer of risk and impact and furthermore response later on. So step one, supply chain analysis. So here we begin by mapping the critical elements that quantum technologies depend on. That includes raw materials, specialized hardware, software tools, and even human capital, which we think are really important when it comes to the quantum. And we focus on identifying weak links and choke points where a shortage, disruption, or monopolized source could halt progress. And for example, limited access to helium-3 or high purity silicon isotopes can become major bottlenecks even if other parts of the system remain functional. And step two is geopolitical risk assessment and the introduction of the quantum criticality index I referred to earlier. So in this step, we try to evaluate external risk factors such as political instability, export controls, trade dependencies, or geographic concentration of resources. And QCI is designed to quantify those risks by combining three key dimensions. So supply chain risk, vulnerabilities or substitutability, and national security relevance. This gives us a structured way to prioritize which elements matter most from both a technical and strategic standpoint. And lastly, step three is policy and governance analysis. Once we've identified the vulnerabilities and measured the risks, we turn to how governance and international bodies are responding. We examine national quantum strategies, export regimes, industry partnerships, and diplomatic efforts. Here, the goal is to identify where governance efforts are helping build resilience and where there are gaps that need to be filled, especially to avoid fragmentation or future conflict. And the picture just shows the step-by-step approach. Time allows, let me walk you through step by step. So step one, the first step involves a comprehensive assessment of critical inputs, as I briefly mentioned, from raw materials, components to software and specialized talent. And this stage draws from established methodologies I explained, and then you can see the figure 5, such as the U.S. National Research Council's criticality assessment framework, which evaluates both supply chain risk, for example, likelihood of disruption by any reasons, and vulnerability, substitutability, and technical dependency. So you can see the X and Y axis. And figure 5, you just see on the screen a risk versus vulnerability matrix allow analysts or any practitioners or researchers to plot materials and components to determine which pose the most strategic concern. And you can see the table. There are some of the examples we just take into account. And step 2, but still step 1, especially the risk and vulnerability metrics are still not enough from our perspective. Our researchers think national security elements should be there. So this part, we just intentionally to include and add another axis to the existing methodology. So the second step assesses the geopolitical distribution and regulatory exposure of the supply chain. And this includes, you can see this one, I'm sorry, too many letters on the slide, but political stability of producing countries, environmental regulations, export controls and trade dependencies, and lastly, concentration of production capacity. And here, to further address these challenges and modernize assessment capabilities, the framework introduces a quantum criticality index, QCI. QCI means a tool that integrates so existing NRC's 2-axis model, supply risk plus vulnerability, and a third axis for national security relevance. So the QCI leverages data-driven methods, including machine learning and artificial neural networks, to evaluate materials, components, and technologies across multiple dimensions, and includes regional production concentration, substitutability, market viability, demand growth, and sensitivity to trade barriers. So you can see one of the examples here on the screen. Molybdenum, taking an example, or Mo, is widely used for quantum devices. While Mo is more widely available than helium-3, high purity metallic Mo is far less common and is mostly produced in really few countries. The case study here, you can see on the slide, illustrates how the disruption of Mo's supply, whether through trade restrictions, policy shifts, or geopolitical tensions, could delay or limit access of quantum enabling materials. Let me skip a bit. And last step, policy analysis and governance implications. So this is the final component of the framework, which examines how national and international policies are shaping the resilience or fragility of the quantum supply chain. So as of 2024, if I'm wrong, please correct me, at least 29 countries have launched national quantum strategies, each emphasizing research and development, talent development, industrial adoption, supply chain security, and international standard setting. However, there is a significant divergence, as you can imagine, in how countries approach these goals. Some emphasize sovereignty and domestic control, others prioritize public-private partnerships and international integration. So to improve global quantum governance, the framework calls for comparative policy analysis here in this step, mapping not only the components of the supply chain, but also the institutional responses emerging around it. So ultimately, the framework we are aiming is to support resilient technicals of technology development, cross-border coordination, and informed diplomacy that mitigates the risk of technological fragmentation or strategic confrontation. So this is the almost the last slide I have. So strengthening the quantum supply chain and policy pathways. So this research is still ongoing. It is premature to present the definitive policy recommendations for now. But however, to address the vulnerabilities identified so far, a multi-pronged strategy involving both policy action and international cooperation is clearly needed. And below, so here on this slide, I just outlined a preliminary framework of key actions for governments, international bodies, and industry stakeholders to consider. And I'm really happy to discuss later in the panel discussion, but here I really briefly introduce, if it's okay.
1 minute.
1 minute, okay, good, thanks. Maybe first, foster global standards and interoperability. I know Matthias yesterday just touched upon some access limitation for the global south to access this kind of a standardized effort in the globe, but still I really believe to avoid the fragmentation, technological fragmentation, it is crucial to develop, share the standards across quantum technologies. And I know on just 11 January 2024, IEC and ISO announced the creation of a joint technical committee on this technology. So I'm really, really eager to see the results of the research. And second one is will be dealt during the panel discussion. And I know we have an excellent expert from Sibylle. I really look forward to hear from him. But update expert controls through multilateral cooperation will be needed. Thirdly, stabilization, diversify supply chain. That's the issue I'm really looking at. And fourth, public private partnerships for security, since as much of the innovation in quantum technologies is driven by the private sector, and emerging industry in supply chain security efforts is essential. Lastly, I really wanted to hear from you on this. I just intentionally put this number 5, integrate quantum into international peace and security dialogue. While binding treaties may be premature, but informal norms and confidence building measures can still play a stabilizing role. So really quick, what's next? This work presented here reflects ongoing process. Our manuscript is on track for publication this year. And building on this qualitative foundation, next phase will involve more data-driven approach, drawing a data set shared by the one universities in the US. And we will develop a AI-enabled assessment tool, which we plan to release as an open source. So enabling organizations and nations to customize and applying using their own data. So with that, thank you so much.
I already saw one hand. Maybe we can do a quick second hand. I don't know who was first. But yeah, we need to watch something.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. So this is a question for you and also for everyone, because there was a really excellent presentation at last year's for us on conflict minerals and their role in quantum technologies, let me say tantalum and niobium. Do you think that that kind of a framework on regulated conflict minerals have anything to play in this kind of security and supply chain based analysis? Because as far as I can see, they don't really touch each other. So one is on more about supply chain resilience and the other one is more about, ethical, moral, and social issues.
Thank you very much for the question. I may really revisit the concept maybe to recall what was the next. And absolutely, I think this research just begins last year, and then as we just going forward, a lot of elements just come into play. So governance definitely one of the pillars we are really keen into look at in the later part of our research. But the whole essence of our research is to just provide a assessment tool for not only the developed countries, but also the smaller players who will be into kind of this domain. Then we need some kind of, maybe I'm a bit biased, but we need some numbers, exact concrete cases or tools, assessment. So, and then what would be really fundamental layer of the risk. And then we just found out this one is one of the relevant areas. It is worth exploring. So it is a one opinion, one research, but definitely happy to work with others.
Right. I saw two hands. I don't know who was first. Who has the shorter question? I don't know. Okay. That's perfect. And then the other one.
Thank you very much. Did you mention when you're going to publish the report?
Yep.
And the question actually was, what do you mean by forging public-private partnerships for security? How could that come into pass? And what international peace and security dialogues you were thinking of?
Thank you so much for that two really important questions. The later part of the question, I do not have any kind of answer. I really love to hear from you, especially the disarmament community and diplomats, so that how we can engage with this really important topic in terms of the international peace and security aspect.
Why would you be disarmed?
Since I am working with UNIDIR, so I'm just starting this conversation with this armament community. But later on, I will publish this with more technical elements in the academic paper, so then I can open the floors to everyone. But I am working with the UN, so maybe starting with the small community where we have already some experience on AI and cyber. So that's a starting point from my research aspect, but I'm really happy to hear more about any path we can explore. In terms of the public-private partnerships for security, so it is not only talking about quantum technologies. I've heard some questions coming from the audience on AI and maybe Google case, some of the ethics-related articles mentioned, but it is not kind of maybe it's one of my kind of assessment on the current industrial base in many countries. So as I briefly mentioned, as much of the innovation, quantum technologies and other emerging tech is driven by the private sector, especially startups, and engaging industry in supply chain security efforts is essential in that respect. Governments can establish quantum industry councils to bring together some really traditional players like Michelle explained, traditional contractors for the military technology, but startups, academics, and national security agencies also be part of this kind of conversation. And then I maybe talk about this more later part of the panel discussion of the role of the private sector.
Perfect. Yeah, then let's thank the speaker again.
Great. So thank you very much. And I'd really like to start by thanking SECI for gathering us here. So last year I was here for the first time and I gave a presentation on export controls and it felt like something exotic in the discussion. So I'm really glad that this year we have a full day of discussion on geopolitical aspects on export control and security and military applications. And it's been super interesting. And since everybody's been talking about their background, my background is political science. I have a PhD in political science. And actually last year I expected to be only surrounded by quantum physicists. And then I realized that there were actually a lot of people from the social sciences and very different disciplines in the room, which I've also found very intriguing. So with that, I wanted to now talk about stakeholders. And before I go into the slide, I'll just talk you through some of the reflections also from the last 2 days. Because people always use that term stakeholders as if everybody knew what it means and everybody means the same thing. And I was actually trying to look it up on the internet and there were quite different definitions, whether it means you have a legitimate interest or you care about the issue, or you may be impacted positively or negatively by something. And then we have this interesting discussion that came up also earlier in this event about whether that's also a future trajectory. So do we also have future generations as stakeholders? And since they're not present, they need to be represented then by somebody else. There's also a question about geography. Who's actually involved? Is it just those who are very powerful and very loud? But who actually gets to be heard? How even and how balanced is it? And it's interesting with this International Year of Quantum that there's quite a lot of emphasis on global South, and it's not just about Western dominance and the US and China. There are many, many other players around the world that also need to be involved in these discussions. And then we've had, of course, discussions about academia. Academia, again, is really broad. I mean, it's the students, and maybe you already heard that they hear very selectively about certain issues. And you have very many different disciplines. We have the social sciences here, we have the natural sciences, but what I often found fascinating is not just that there's not so much exchange usually between social science disciplines and the natural and the technical sciences, but also within each of those disciplines. And when you think about who you know, who works in other technical subfields and fields, usually everybody's in their little bubble and people don't actually communicate across. So when you think about stakeholders, it's always interesting to unpack who do you mean within those sectors. And we touched on that discussion also with industry. Is it all the big players? Is it the smaller startups? If it's smaller startups, that's always a big headache in export controls. How do you actually reach them? How do you actually engage with all those people who didn't think they were part of the security community and what they were doing doesn't have implications for security, but it may actually do. And then we come to the governments. Of course, there are many different, as Claudia, of course, knows, there are many different parts of government, many different ministries. So is it the Ministries of Science? Is it the Ministry of Technology? Is it the Ministry of Economy? The Ministry of Defense? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs? I mean, they all have a different stake in this, but often ministries are also not so good at talking to each other. So that's also a really interesting conversation about not just that government is present, but who is it from that government? And not alone, I mean, speaking from parliamentary actors. And we had this interesting discussion about the role and interest of the Bundestag in all of this. And one example that I like to give is when I do a lot of talks for diplomats and policymakers, usually in international organizations. And sometimes I show a slide or I show a book that SIPRI published on arms and artificial intelligence and ask, when was this published? And then when I say 1987, people are totally shocked because a lot of government officials think it must be very recent, the discussion, because we started discussing it in the UN only maybe a decade ago. So when they hear there was actually enough of a discussion to publish a book with Oxford University Press in 1987, I think, oh, wow, what happened in between? And I think that's the interesting discussion to have with quantum. How can we actually shorten that time lag and get stakeholders involved who don't think that they are stakeholders, or they think they may be stakeholders in the future, and it's far too early to think about it because the ministers are not yet interested. So there's no money, there's no political capital, and maybe it's also not a career advancement if you focus on these issues. So on this too early or too late discussion, I would agree with whoever said it. I don't think we can ever be too early. I don't think it's, yes, it was Jürgen who said that. And it's the same, also interesting, talking about one more stakeholder who we touched upon is the military. And again, you have very different parts of the military that sometimes also talk to each other and sometimes don't talk to each other. And we have this particular challenge with the classified space. So it's really interesting to have publications that come out, like this tech assessment on military uses and other publications that Michael has put into the public space, so we can have actually a good, well-informed discussion also by diplomats. Otherwise, nobody ever knows what they can say because they're not sure if it was classified and everybody's quite hesitant. But you need some sort of common information base so people can actually have that multi-stakeholder conversation that everybody talks about. I mean, you have civil society, but I don't see any civil society actors being so interested in quantum because it's so complicated. So especially on the security side. So I think you'd need a lot more knowledge for human rights groups and others to be involved. And then you have the international organizations, of course, very important stakeholders, the ICRC and those who care about and support international humanitarian law have a huge stake in these discussions. And one thing that also we've talked about it a bit and it will come up a bit later, all this and stakeholder discussions have to take place in this very, very difficult current geopolitical context where, I mean, we've talked about arms control, disarmament has come up, multilateral discussions. We haven't talked so much about non-proliferation, but all those concepts are not very popular at the moment. It's actually pretty out. So it's really interesting to also see even like-mindedness used to be quite a commonly accepted. Now, what is multilateralism? What is like-mindedness? Who do you work with? A lot of what was discussed here assumes shared values. And of course, that's something that's very much questioned and everybody's wondering about now. So I think we're actually in a very interesting context now to discuss these things and to talk about all these different assumptions. And one last thing because that was mentioned also before on how to bring in technical experts. One thing that I've noticed often, I mean, there was a discussion earlier on is to what extent you're just trained to be a specialist, or if you actually learn about quantum, do you learn how to communicate those things in a way that's understandable to others? I think that's a really interesting qualification and skill to have. And here, actually, people are really good about that. But it doesn't help us to have a lot of specialists who then can't explain and engage with others. Otherwise, you can't have stakeholder discussions if everybody's in their little bubble. So for us to think about, I mean, that's something that I try to come up with a way to illustrate, because we talk about also all these different stakeholders, maybe sometimes thinking that they may have, knowing that they don't have all the same interests. But I think it's really important to think about that quite openly, because people are either coming into this discussion because they want to make the maximum of money, or because they want to have military superiority, or because they care about international norms and laws. And some of them actually care about more or less of these things. But I think it's really important when you come into these discussions and engage all these different people to understand what their vested interest in this is and why they may be pushing certain things. And I think, Anna, you said earlier that hype is good because it gets people excited. Sometimes hyping is also just about because people want to make money and they want an investor to invest. So I think just unpacking it a bit more about what's driving all of those things and why do people state certain things and claim certain things is really important. And when I look at one reason actually why CIPRI's figures also throughout the Cold War have always played such a strong role is because we don't have a vested interest. And often, I mean, in the Cold War times, going back to that, the Soviet Union was either overplaying or underplaying what they have, and the same with others, or they were stating somebody else had more or less, but they knew that the information was different. And I think with quantum, it's the same thing. So players put out certain claims that, oh, we are really advanced with this, or we don't really have this, because they don't want to show their cards. Of course, that's part of the game. But that's why it's really important also for some assessment of what technological implications are for society, for security, to sort of know where are the claims and the exaggerations and how can we navigate those spaces. And I'm sure you dealt a lot with that when you were producing your study. But yeah, I'd love any feedback on this. I'm sure I can add more considerations that people have, and will be interesting way, of course, to put yourself. And other one, when we actually, often people, we've had a lot of discussion just talking about what's in this quantum bubble, all the different technologies and subfields and all those things. I always like to think about the nexus questions. So if you really want to think about the broad peace and security implications, you need to think about how quantum combines with everything else. And we started the discussion also at CIPRI working on combining AI with certain things. So AI plus bio, AI with conventional, AI nuclear waste, and that's also getting more popular and getting more traction. I haven't really seen that discussion so much happening in the quantum space. It's starting a bit with quantum and AI, but there you have still, again, the issue with that you have specialized in each of those fields, but they don't talk to specialists from other fields. And if you want somebody who knows has sufficient knowledge of a certain quantum technology and knows also enough about some bio-neuro, I mean, there's almost nobody. I know when I was hunting for AI plus specialists, it was really, really, really difficult to find people who stepped outside of their comfort zone. Everybody likes to be in that comfortable little bubble where they know or think that they know what they're talking about more than everybody else. And then when you go, this is sort of an old list, and Claudia knows it, where the Department of Commerce tried to come up with a list of technologies that are relevant for national security, and that's how they classified them and categorized them at the time. But what I always found the most fascinating is how they are categorized, but then how they interact with each other. But that seems to be the big, big, big security question, and also a question for governments that almost nobody's thinking about. So the last slide is sort of more to make everybody think, and I know we can't have that full discussion here. But often people ask, so how can we govern quantum? And I haven't really heard so many answers. So I think it's really good to start thinking it through. And I like thinking it also in relation with the technology readiness levels, because at different levels, you need different instruments. So at really low levels, fundamental research, you can't have export controls, and you don't. Then you need a responsible research, innovation, other things. And with a lot of the instruments they have that with the international conventions, I don't think we'll ever have a quantum convention because it doesn't really make sense. So it's a question of how you actually apply existing measures and how you think through escalation dynamics, through governance, applying it to the specifics of quantum technologies and the interaction of the technologies. And I haven't seen, as I said, anybody who has the answers. I sort of listed a lot of things and instruments that we could explore, that we could think about. But I think each of them, you actually need sort of a proper discussion to really explore those. And one of the ones that I want to really emphasize is actually international humanitarian law. It's one of those cross-cutting ones that has been around for a very long time, over 100 years. But it's still valid, even though technology is advancing and advancing and advancing. And it's not specific to a certain technology. And it's one of the ones, in spite of all the mess in the world, that governments still refer to, protection of civilians, as sort of one core norm that even if though it's challenged and violated all the time, people and governments come back to that. So that could be something that would be a common point. But I leave it at that and look forward to any thoughts also during the breaks. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we have time for 2 or 3 quick questions. It's the last thing that keeps us from lunch, I think. So think about what you want to ask. Perfect.
I don't have a question, or maybe a question if you like, but more of a comment. I think you're spot on what you said, in particular, the importance to really understand the stakeholders, because then you get the right expertise for the right question to be asked. I'm saying this because we see that, at least that's my critique, in Europe, and the way we organize, our thinking in Europe is very much confined to solely people who work in the research, promotion, and technology field. But then where the military people, where the diplomats, where the trade people, of course, the export control people are more and more involved now. But it goes to what you were saying about the need for a multi-stakeholder approach and getting out of. And I think this starting to think the question of governance is, I think, very, very pertinent, because where should these discussions take place and how? Given that we all know, and that's why I was so skeptical about UNIDIR starting this discussion in the disarmament circles. What kind of place do we need? And that's really, for me, the key question when we talk about quantum tech governance. Given that the complexity of this, there's not one locus, right? But in a way, we need to have at least some sort of one locus to get all these different dimensions together. Yeah, we don't really have time to discuss it now, but maybe we can discuss it later. You won't be there, unfortunately, when I want to talk about this later on, but it would be interesting to have your views on the right locus on talking about these things.
Perfect. So we have one more question in the room and then one question online. And then that's that.
Well, this is a question to fill the whole lunch break, but nevertheless, I think there is a big contradiction between the interests of the military of being victorious in armed conflict, and you mentioned this keyword of military superiority that in particular the US is asking for or trying to achieve, but also China is trying to catch up, and Russia is lagging a little, or maybe a little more than a little, and the interest of international security and peace and of humankind to get a lever on limiting these things. And I think we need to openly acknowledge this contradiction and then try to get along with it. I'm not sure. I think some very fundamental change is needed to avoid all these kinds of escalation and crisis, etc., that we see on the horizon, or part of it is already here. So countries, in particular US, needs to understand that military superiority and technology is on the mid and long term damaging their own security. But I think we can't avoid discussing this very problem.
Do you want to comment on that, or fine, perfect then?
All right, there's one online question by John Park Chen. Maybe a general and naive question. With different interests among the stakeholders, in what way would you suggest to engage different stakeholders? With different interests among the stakeholders, in what way would you suggest to engage different stakeholders in the discourse?
I don't think there's one answer to that. I think you really need to think of it, because you could also have regional discussions. You can have discussions even within governments. You need to have discussions within Europe. And I think the first step is to think about who the different players are that need to be around the table. But then, and that's exactly what Jürgen was talking about, it's good not to be naive about the different interests. And you always have that. You also have that when you, for example, when you take an export control decision by a government, you may have one part of the government that really wants to push the export because they want to sort of for commercial interest, and others, they want to be cautious because they have security interests. So you always have to navigate different interests. And I think the important thing is to be aware of those different drivers and not just pretend that they don't exist. And then you can have a dialogue about it and try to see how you navigate it, because it's not just the different players have different interests, but one government has different interests, and they need to figure out how to navigate that. They have an interest in upholding international norms and rules and international security, but they're still also trying to preserve national security. How to make sure it all works somehow together without any big trade-offs. That's a very, very difficult question, but you need to confront it.
Right.
Perfect. Yeah, then thank you. Let's thank all the speakers of the session again.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have a panel on export control, the political side of it. Later, we will have one rather focusing on the technological side. So I'm excited to know how much quantum technology will be mentioned in the next hour or so. Maybe rather all political. Let's see. We have three participants here. Dongyoun Cho, she is an assistant professor in the Department of Military Studies in Stockholm University. Please excuse my pronunciation of Korean language. In Seoul, the Republic of Korea. Also, she is a senior researcher. You have already met her in that role at UNIDIR in Geneva, where she studies emerging and disruptive technologies such as quantum technologies, AI, and space, and maybe more. Next is Claudia Reinprecht. She has a he has a background in law and is in the Austrian Foreign Ministry after several postings to embassies abroad, etc. She is now the chief of the unit for transport, telecommunication, and innovation diplomacy, and she's very active in getting something moved in quantum technologies. And finally, Kolja Brockmann studied international relations. He is a senior researcher since 2007 in CIPRI, working in particular on export controls and dual-use technologies and general governance of technologies. So we think we do it in this way. Kolja will give a couple of minutes introduction, and then, thank you. Claudia will mention or give a few minutes on political aspects to do with commerce, security, European Union, and then Dongyoun will add her experience in this field. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's a really interesting experience for me to be here. I think you had Sibylle here last time already, who spoke a bit about export controls, but for someone like me, already sort of like the differences of how the discussions were yesterday and how perhaps that level has shifted and some of the perspectives today was quite remarkable. And so we said that maybe it would be good to give a bit of a sort of general introduction to export control before we dive a bit deeper into that topic, because perhaps it's also not one that has been as present yet for everyone working in quantum. So the traditional approach to export controls is non-proliferation. So preventing the spread of chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons, and to introduce more transparency, predictability, and responsibility in the arms trade. So that's the background to how most of the multilaterally agreed export controls have come about. There is 4 multilateral regimes, as we say, so this groups of states that get together and basically coordinate how they structure export controls, and they come up with both sort of like the guidelines, including criteria for export decisions, but also the control list. So actually lists of items for which you require a license if you export it. And export here, I should say, is a pretty broad term because it can mean a lot of different types of transfers. We're not just talking about transfers of goods, of your tangible items, but it's technology transfers, it's use and access to software and to technology. So it really is quite a broad field that goes beyond the hardware that we might immediately think about when we talk about both quantum but also other technologies. The multilateral level is not the only one. So here in the EU, we actually have one regulation that is directly applicable law across all EU member states, our so-called dual use regulation. So we have one governance framework that applies to all states, but we don't actually make the rules in that sense at the EU level, but the EU generally adopts the control list that those 4 multilateral regimes have coordinated and just puts them together as one EU control list. That comes with a now increasingly large asterisk, because what we're seeing more and more now is that states adopt national controls. And it's always been possible, but now really it's come into force, and tragically so maybe, quantum is one of the areas that is particularly affected. So the individual EU member states can introduce controls based on reasons of public security, prevention of terrorism, and human rights concerns. And so we can create national control list items in each member state now. So that's kind of like the system that we deal with. How do we get to quantum from this? Well, fast forward to, I think it was June 2023, Spain introduced a national control list that was covering, it wasn't just quantum, there were a couple of other items on additive manufacturing and on, was it chips or was it lithography? I'm not quite sure anymore. But among them were a couple of control list items on quantum. And I think the New Scientist titled at the time, Mysterious Controls and coming from secret meetings. And there was a lot of sort of, confusion around what was happening. Well, those controls, basically, they're very short descriptions of items that provide you with technical parameters and thresholds according to which items, but also technology and software that is transferred requires a license. And so those are in the area of quantum computers and components, cryogenic cooling systems, cryogenic wafer probing equipment, CMOS integrated circuits. I think that's the 4. So that's kind of where we started. It didn't stay just with Spain. It's now, I think, up to 11 countries who have more or less adopted those controls. And China has its own controls. So now we have controls by Australia, by Canada, Finland, France, Germany, Japan, Netherlands, Spain, Switzerland. Actually, just last week, I think they announced it. the UK, and the United States. So we're seeing this more and more. And the background is, as far as we can sort of like publicly tell, there's been discussions in the Wassenaar arrangement on export controls on arms and dual-use items, which is sort of like the appropriate of those four multilateral regimes, has had discussions on quantum technology, and particularly quantum computing, for quite a few years. The US has quite openly called for controls since at least 2021, I believe. And it seems that at least a version of controls that was discussed there is the basis of what has been adopted by states. Now, what I think is perhaps unfortunate is that states have not really provided a proper explanation for the controls in terms of why choosing what levels. And I think we'll probably hear that from everyone here. There is quite a bit of questioning for why those, thresholds were chosen. It says 34 to 100 qubits with a certain error rate. I mean, it's a whole list of sort of like brackets of quantum computers, but at least for now, we don't really have an open communication about sort of like what exactly the reason is why that is done. And I find that quite problematic because the comparison going back is usually we know why items are controlled and why the thresholds are chosen. So, for example, for items that are for chemical or biological weapons, we know why the precursors are on the list, what the specific chemical weapons used might be that they're listed for. Same for a lot of the machinery that is controlled, etc. But we don't really have that publicly communicated yet on quantum, as far as I know. Yeah, I'll wrap it up here. But so now we're kind of in this new world of having export controls in quantum, and I don't think the trend will stop here. Controls that one EU member state applies are also applicable in certain ways across all member states. And it's not just export controls, just sort of like as the last comment, export controls don't really exist in isolation here. We also have sanctions. So any of the measures that are targeted at specific states, which export controls explicitly aren't, they're based on principles usually. But you have sanctions which target states or target specific entities. The Americans like to do that. They have the entity lists that you can't export to. And increasingly, and what's also particularly important in the quantum context is controls or screening procedures for foreign direct investment, and in the US case also on outbound investment, particularly to China when it comes to quantum technology. So there is a whole range of these different governance instruments now around export controls as well. And so there's a lot of questions, I think, in terms of how the community and companies in this area will adapt to that, where it will go from the policy discussion. But yeah, sorry, that went on a bit, but I hope that provided a bit of intro to why we talk about export controls, what export controls are in this context. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And now it's Claudia's turn.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. At the outset, let me clarify that I'm not an export control person. What I do is, we call it tech diplomacy. So getting a better grip on understanding how new technologies, particularly emerging and disruptive technologies, impact international relations. So if you do that, you can't escape to get a bit deeper on export controls. Why? Because it's something you listen to later on when we talk about geopolitics of technology. I mean, technology has always been geopolitics, if you like, always been a critical factor for power, particularly military. But one can safely say it's not something that we've been dealing with like 2021 or last year. It started pretty much early on already under Trump 1. More this understanding that China is coming up, and And so you have to understand the geopolitical context, and it's all about technological leadership. And that's very much something that is expressly stated in all these export control regimes, which is, as you said, is a departure from what export controls were meant to be doing. And the question would be now to the expert for you, is the nature of export control systems even fit for purpose in that sense? I think that was the questions that have been raised or elsewhere. So export controls is not only one thing. It's in the broader picture of economic security. In Europe, we speak either about economic security. The European Commission introduced a strategy on this in 2023, and export controls is only part of that. Economic security means we understand this world is not a place where ponies trollop funnily around. This world is not a common market anymore. This is not a place where rules prevail. It's a different world. And we understand this first since the COVID crisis, when we understood that we are extremely vulnerable in terms of our supply chains. And then already from 2014, but certainly 2022, I think the realization came really strong. We are way too dependent technologically. We have too much vulnerabilities in terms of supply chains. And our industrial base is threatened. And it's all about technological sovereignty, digital sovereignty. So that's the discourse. That's the political discourse we're talking. Economic security, Claudia already mentioned it, export controls is only part of it. I think what we have to discuss is also research security, because that's also where the intangibles come in. And this has been, very much fortified and also put into a security context. It's really interesting, the whole research security question. For me, much more interesting than export controls in a way, because that's where we touch about the real thing, the knowledge and international cooperation. The problem with all this is that this concept of economic security, and it's a threefold concept. It's protect. Now we're talking about the protective restrictive measures, export controls, research security, foreign direct investment controls, outbound screening, outbound investment controls. And what we in the European Union, we're also undertaking is now risk assessment for, there's been a recommendation from the Commission that put out there 10 critical technologies, and 4, quantum is one of them, will be put to a joint risk assessment. And this risk assessment is ongoing. I think they should have talked to you, because we need a proper risk assessment framework. And from what I've seen, I think there's room for improvement. Because exactly that's the kind of thing. Do we understand the risks? And then we can basically devise export controls. Sorry, just for the 3 pillars. So protect, and then second is
Risk assessment.
No, the build. So we have to invest in our industrial bases. So return of industrial policy and innovation policy in the European Union. And the third one is international cooperation. And basically we have no clue with whom. Well, we have a clue, but we have no strategy in terms of with who to cooperate and more granular in what areas. The European Commission, for instance, has not been able to conclude an agreement with the US, because the US was not able to provide any reciprocity. So we have now, I think, 7 EU member states that concluded agreements to cooperate more closely on quantum, which is not a good thing. We'll talk about this later, about a European quantum solution. But it's again, the same problem with the European Union and EU member states, and also export controls, that we have a high fragmentation, and it hinders us as a EU to be effective, in particular because there's been lots of pressure. And Dutch colleagues will know that the US has exerted immense pressure on the Netherlands to enact the export controls. And it's no wonder that Switzerland just came up 5 days ago with export controls in quantum. Why? You might not know that, but it caused quite a stir. It's not been talked about in the media, but I mean, there's been lots of export controls on critical technologies been enacted by the US in the last years. But one that stirred up quite a momentum was the ones that were introduced for AI chips. It's the so-called AI diffusion rule, enacted under President Biden in January. and it divides the world in 3 tiers. Tier 1, best of the best, allied states, no export controls, no license requirements. Who's there? Not all EU member states. Korea is there, Japan is there, but only 10 EU member states. 17 member states of the European Union are tier 2, not so nice states. There's a threshold for AI chips if you surpass the UNIDIR license. And it's a quite tedious, not very nice procedure as far as I understand. And the third one, tier 3, doesn't get any AI chips, unfriendly. So it is a huge problem to have now a system by which the US introduces export controls and divides us as a European Union up into 2 tiers. It basically makes a mockery out of our common market, our thing. It's a real problem because if you're a tier 2 or if you're a tier 1 and you want to re-export to a tier 2 EU member state, you cannot do that. You have to ask for a license. So it has huge impact on freedom of movement, services and goods. And it will hinder innovation, and it will hinder cooperation, and it has already quite some impact, apart from the reputation issue. And I stop here about the political implications of all this. We haven't talked about how much does it hinder innovation, how much does it, compromise the default position of international cooperation, which is, I think, very necessary in the quantum field, because at least that's what quantum physicists have told me. Not one country, not one institute, not one country, not one continent can do it alone if you really want to. So these are the difficult discussions. The tension, obviously, there's always a tension between security and openness, but here it comes really to the fore. And the question is, do we have the balance? Sorry? In what tier was 2? And you know why they now came up with these export controls for quantum? Because they want to go up in the tier 1. Everybody's lobbying now in Washington, like frantic.
Well, there's room for discussion among participants here, the panelists, and also later we may have fingers raised for questions. But now Dongyoun will be the last with its final or initial presentation. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much. I already learned a lot in your situation, and then I really wanted to maybe later part of my intervention, there's some possibility to cooperate between the Europe and Asia. We will touch upon later this issue, but just adding on with your panelist description, I just wanted to provide really general descriptions on export control situation, first of all, and then maybe go deeper into some collaboration opportunities out of this kind of maybe risky situation, I would say. And I think it could be a duplicate, but just please bear with me. So from my perspective, in the course of my research, export control definitely one of the options we can look into, but definitely with some maybe flexible approach. So general background, as already mentioned by some colleagues, so nations have used export control regimes to prevent sensitive technologies from falling into the wrong hands. And classical example already mentioned by colleagues, so Boston arrangements, a multilateral agreement that coordinate export controls, unconventional arms and dual use purpose. But I just wanted to mention historically such regime targeted things like nuclear or missile technology and later advanced electronics items with clear military implications. For instance, Boston member states agreed to for experts of technologies recently developed for military use, but now ubiquitous in civilian life, like GPS systems. An idea was to strike a balance, as Claudia mentioned, enable economic and scientific exchange while limiting what could be sent to potential adversaries or proliferated. And As we all understand, the quantum technologies pose new challenges for the existing regime. They are emerging fast, blurring the line between civilian and military use, and are driven significantly by the private sector, as I briefly mentioned in the presentation. And Claudia already briefly explained some of the case we are already seeing countries resort to unilateral measures in the quantum realm, reflecting a worry that existing multilateral frameworks are too slow or too general to respond to this emerging technology situation. So in recent years, one country has placed a certain quantum computing related to materials and technologies on its export control list, aiming to prevent the strategic rivals from acquiring them. So these moves really highlight a broader strategy using export control, not just only for non-proliferation, but to maintain technological leadership and restrict adversaries' advancement. So it is also dual purpose strategy, I would say. In other words, export policy is becoming a tool of great power tech competition in which all nations, all countries have been really deeply felt. And South Korea also is one of the examples. I'm happy to elaborate later. So the problem is that I think the rapid pace of innovation in fields like quantum tech has outstripped the adaptation capacity of existing export control regimes. And how do we do about it? I have no answer, but I'm really happy to talk more about that.
Well, thank you.
Maybe if I just connect,
Yes,
because you haven't mentioned, I mean, the Valdemar, I think just might know, Valdemar is right now defunct in terms of now getting new for specific, at least in the quantum field. It's not been able to come up with a consensual decision. That's why we have this unilateral export control regimes, just for your understanding. Why? Because of Russia.
Anybody knows what Wassenaar is about? Do we need a general short explanation? Maybe.
I mean, I think it was kind of already said, but like Wassenaar, it's mostly on conventional arms, but it has always sort of like had been the one that caught all the other technologies as well in the dual use field. So Wassenaar now controls cyber surveillance items. It controls a lot of the electronics, a lot of the enabling technologies, a lot of the production technologies that are relevant in that context. And I would nuance what you say. I wouldn't say that Wassenaar is completely defunct. So, for example, funnily enough, the technical experts group of Wassenaar is meeting right now in Vienna. So the work is continuing, but as you say, the real problem is particularly now since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And Russia and Ukraine are both members of the Wassenaar arrangement. There hasn't really been progress on any of those technologies that you see the US in particular, but the EU as well, declaring as the critical technologies where, you know, all of these other mechanisms that we have as well focus on. And so that's also why these other controls that have been unilaterally introduced by states. So, for example, on additive manufacturing, on chip production equipment, like all of those are discussed in Wassenaar as well. So quantum is not sort of like a singular example here, but there we simply can't get any consensus at the moment. So there's still some changes and updates to the lists annually happening, but compared to what's sort of like within the remit of what Wassenaar is supposed to cover, there's a clear impediment on the progress.
Okay, after these introductions, I'd like to pose a few general questions to the three of you. One is, obviously, the goal of export control is to prevent access of certain things by certain, well, forces, actors, etc. So who are these actors? Against whom is export control directed?
In the field of quantum. Or
If you wish, make it general or specify it to quantum.
So the general approach is the regimes were always country agnostic. They're not directed against any state, but they had criteria based on which any transfer should be assessed. So the licensing requirements apply to every state, and there's a procedure in terms of what needs to be looked at. Now, the reality that we're moving towards, in particular in a lot of these areas, is that it's rather being used as tools of statecraft. I'm maybe a bit particular with this, but I try to really draw the line between what is sanctions and restrictive measures and what is export controls. Because, I mean, in terms of the definition, export controls is those where we're talking about licensing requirements that are assessed on certain criteria, while anything that is directed against a state, at least in how we see this in the EU context, is a restrictive measure, and with that falls in the sanctions realm and is technically not an export control. But all of this is blurring, particularly with how the US is using and framing its use of those tools. You also have to imagine for a company or a research organization here, doesn't make a difference. It's usually the same licensing authority that you engage with, whether it comes to your sanctions enforcement and compliance and your export controls. So in the end, I understand why, particularly sort of like looking up at what those regulations do, it's kind of perceived as almost being all the same. But sort of like in their policy discussions, it is quite distinct. But the question is, if we bring more and more of those discussions as, you know, national security and geopolitics informed into discussions, into forums like Wassenaar, we have a problem because we're trying to use, this goes back to what you were saying at the beginning, is this still sort of like the right toolkit to use? We're trying to use, I shouldn't really say we, in particular the United States is trying to use the tool as something that it wasn't intended for. And I think the EU level also needs to ask the question of what should we be using, where should we be pursuing it if we want to inform our decisions based on economic security and research security within that.
You want to add something? I saw you nodding, but if you want to.
Maybe, maybe really some examples I could provide. Export control driven by strategic competition, maybe. We talked about and hear about the dear colleagues, the United States case concerned about intellectual property theft, and it's already really heavily discussed in the cyber domain as well, not particularly quantum domain, but the military use of quantum tech by adversaries has already added certain quantum items already mentioned, like advanced quantum sensors and computing components to export control lists. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. Likewise, the European Commission already explained, announced in 2023 that it will assess risks to be recognized by countries not aligned with EU values, implicitly referencing concerns about, from my perspective, China, and also set a deadline to perform risk assessment of quantum, as we heard already on quantum, along with AI, advanced chips, and biotech. And this indicated that measures could include export controls and partner with like-minded allies. And this one I just wanted to highlight later, part of the maybe our discussion. Also, EU is gearing up to possibly restrict the monitoring exports of critical quantum tech to maintain its security as well. So these are some of the maybe strategic examples we see, but not full expert control regime or specific cases we can examine.
Thanks. The next general question is about openness versus export control. Probably there is a friction, in particular if we think of research, but maybe also sharing of information between collaborating enterprises. So export control on the one hand, and the tendency to, at least in research, have open exchange of information. How do you see this friction, and how does one deal with the problem? You want to start?
Yeah, so let's talk about research security, right? Not mixing mouthfuls. I think this is really tricky because, at least in my understanding, we're talking basically, you know, about mostly. Let's confine it to academics and maybe not too much company research, because I think companies do understand export controls. They do understand the rational security rational much better than academics, because, you know, you have freedom of academic freedom. It's I mean, everybody who's been in universities know, and is a researcher at universities knows it's like in Germany in particular, it's a holy cow, you know, it's a constitutional protected right. At the same time, as I said, this world is not the same anymore. I think our researchers, be it in universities or in applied research centers or elsewhere, need to understand that the security paradigm has become too strong. And it is a national security issue.
Did you say too strong?
No, not too strong. It has become strong.
Strong.
And I think it's a question of understanding that we're part of an ecosystem. You know, if we want to build a European ecosystem, this is just an important question that we cannot just, you know, turn a blind eye. And we need to find a way of, you know, having a proper dialogue and making particular academics aware of a whole new geopolitical situation. Because, you know, more and more research security measures will be in place, and will mean you won't get access to funds if you don't comply with certain measures that need to be in place. And that this is, again, there's a recommendation on the European Commission level, and there's a lot of pressure from some countries being put on some countries to make sure that they have proper action plans in research security. Because as much as it is export controls, quantum in particular is a national security technology. This is not basic research anymore, where you can talk to anybody, because you know, knowledge is so important, and international cooperation is so important. That's all true, but at the same time, there are consequences. This is just how it is. And I think what we need to do is having these dialogues, these discussions. That if we are part of one ecosystem that does not only concern one community, quantum physicists, we are a broader community. This community now includes diplomats, because we have to deal with, issues. I mean, as I said, I'm not an export control person. You know, normally this is a silo that I never touch upon, but it has become such a strong part. Technology as such has become probably the defining factor in EU-US relations. It has become a diplomatic, bilateral, and even multilateral issue. We talk about that later, about tech diplomacy. But this is a reality. So we have to find the right balance, we have to find the right tools, and we have to get the buy-in, and that's it. I think they're as simple as that.
Maybe because you mentioned basic scientific research. So the context in the export control discussion here is there is the two exemptions that export controls always have for basic scientific research and information that is already in the public domain. Those are the things that are perhaps held up most, but are also the most difficult and sometimes controversial to implement. Yes, there is a difference between people in universities, but I mean, from experience, I tell you, people who are working in professional research organizations, which are companies in that sense as well, they might not be as aware as well, and they might not be as keen on sort of complying with that as well. So something that maybe, kind of the community here will be experiencing more now over the next years as well, is there's a lot of what we call outreach to industry and outreach to academia and research happening in export control. So licensing authorities try to engage with and actually sort of communicate what the requirements are and how to implement it with the actors that are affected. So a lot of engagement is happening with universities, with research organizations. Like, I know compliance people who work at Helmholtz, at Fraunhofer. Like, all of these people are very much involved in the discussions in the university space. We're very happy that that actually has grown massively. So in the last couple of years, there's now an organization for it as well, which just brings together the compliance professionals on export control from universities in the EU. And particularly as sort of a new field enters this remit, I would expect that more and more of you will come into contact with that in your sort of like research daily lives, because it will essentially be there at your level. And that might mean that someone asks you, well, how do you classify the research that you're doing? Is that something which we can really confidently say this is basic scientific research? Who are you collaborating with? How do you protect your information? Where do you draw the lines? Do we have systems in place on which data we share? Do we have access management systems for that? Like, all of these things, which are sort of the standard for security relevant research, will come in more and more in any of the export control spaces, because you going to a conference somewhere else and basically transferring your knowledge and know-how to a person of a third country, that can be technical assistance. It can be a transfer of technology. So really, it is something that is not happening somewhere else, but it really gets into the daily business of a scientist. And so it's really important to keep that in mind as well for people in the community, because now we still have it as sort of like national controls that are patched around, but with transmissible controls in the EU and the trend kind of like getting to more and more countries, I would expect that this will be more and more on everyone's agenda.
You want to add something?
If I may, if we would look at this issue just a little bit further, not only the necessarily expert control, but just quantum technologies itself, I just wanted to highlight the dual use nature, intrinsic nature. So we really discussed about this, but I just really highlight and set the frame of how we just look at this expert control matters. So quantum technologies often emerge from civilian research with military potential down the line. We all understood that direction, and technologies developed for civilian use increasingly find military applications. And this is not just about the quantum. We already see and experience some cases in terms of AI and drones. And in the quantum field, maybe quantum communication networks built to secure bank transactions, might also secure military communications, and vice versa. So I just wanted to point out this dual use nature is intrinsic, and this creates a dilemma when it comes to the expert control. We want to encourage open global collaboration in science to push quantum innovation forward. But at the same time, we really should guard against the misuses or weaponization of these advances at the same time. So Claudia briefly mentioned balancing openness with security is really a tricky issue. And it has been quite a long time already. So overly restrictive controls could stifle innovation and isolate researchers. We already experienced, I think, some of you already. And while the overly lax policies could allow dangerous capabilities to proliferate unchecked. So this is kind of a dilemma we're talking about. And then I just wanted to go back to some of the examples of detention in regards to the commercial drones and AI, which I have been engaging on some national projects as well. So initially mass market innovations that quickly got repurposed in conflicts, catching regulators off guard. In the case of the conflict as well, we could see already this trend. And with quantum tech, we have a chance to anticipate this trend. We know the private sector will continue to drive breakthroughs, and government should therefore engage industry players as partners in security. That's what I was talking about, the private and public partnership. So we could think about how we can share information and threats, and develop public-private initiatives to secure the supply chain, hopefully, and create incentives for companies to build security and ethics into their R&D. Maybe validation and verification could be one of the potential areas we might visit. So in sum, the quantum arena exemplifies the modern dual use challenge. So we really wanted to revisit. So that's the point I would like to mention.
Thanks. My final general question is very general. I see two sorts of export control regimes. One is a universal one, the one sort. That's the Australian export control regulation concerning biological and chemical weapons, all things that are dual use in that direction. These both conventions are being adhered to nearly universally. So every state is prohibited from producing and developing, etc., these types of weapons. So they are kind of symmetric towards all states. However, if you go into nuclear and if you go into missiles, if you go into weaponar, they are asymmetric in the sense that some states allow themselves certain technologies and certain military systems that they want to prevent that others get access to them. And that's a big friction, I think, which creates all kinds of problems. It creates motives on those who want this and do not get allowed access. So they develop things by themselves and so on. So how do the export control specialists deal with this friction?
Well, so actually to qualify the first thing, the treaties, yes, they are near universal when it comes to biological and chemical weapons. So the Biological Weapons Convention, the Chemical Weapons Convention, but the Australia group, which is the export control regime in that area, that is as much a smaller group of states that, so to say, make the rules as FASNA is. So there, it's also only a number of states who do that. I mean, the flip side of that argument is, while they do agree the rules, if you look at implementation nationally, it's actually sort of the global standard that many states beyond those who participate actually adopt. It is a very tricky thing, particularly in the discussion with the developing world, with the non-aligned countries. But right now, that has also become very much a geopolitical one. So at the United Nations, there is a process. China has sponsored a resolution which is on peaceful uses of technologies and basically tries to drive the arguments that having those types of export control regimes and measures that is sort of like against the standard, that it should be a UN instrument that everyone participates in, which, you know, of course, it's a very appealing thing to say, but it's very much informed by China's geopolitical position in that. And it's really become more of a thing that brings together a lot of different grievances, with sanctions being applied to states, with the actual national decisions, because the regimes don't take any decisions collectively on exports. It's left to the national level, to every single state, how they, what the outcome of their assessment is, whether they grant a license for export or whether they deny it. So a lot of this is extremely political right now, because so much is being projected into that. There's a lot of efforts in terms of doing outreach and doing engagement to other states which are not part of the, do not participate in the regimes. There's a lot of engagement and actually technical cooperation work that seeks to facilitate technology transfers, but most of that is going through the conventions and in the nuclear case through the International Atomic Energy Agency. So there's a lot of different programs that are supposed to facilitate engagement. But yeah, it's a really tricky one. Like you're never going to really kind of like get away from, there is a group who sort of like is the core who discusses these issues. But there's not really a next best thing, because if the alternative that China is propagating is we have a UN discussion for all of this, we are never going to see any, like we would have never arrived to a point like now where we have control lists, even in like these chemical, biological, nuclear fields. And in the future, we wouldn't really move as well, because any state who then has an interest can just veto it if we're sticking with consensus principle. So it's perhaps not a very satisfying answer, but it's extremely politicized right now, and there's very few sort of like alternative futures right now that we see being discussed in sort of like that niche area that I work in. But I'm interested to hear what others think, particularly, yesterday we heard like the mention of global commons for quantum, for example, which in this like geopolitics context is framing that we see on these technologies, would seem unimaginable, right? So perhaps we need broader thinking on that as well, but
no, it gives me I think it's great that you mentioned this, because I wanted to mention that too. This discussion that export controls equals, preventing states legitimately to go down the path of development. And this is a strong argument, for Global South. You guys with your export controls, because export controls was never meant to hinder someone's progress, but now it's become that. But of course, in that discussion, everything is lumped together, unilateral sanctions against Iran. And again, I think that's why it's really important to keep these concepts separate. We could discuss it further whether, again, the export controls were not meant to uphold technological leadership. But that's why I think, and this is where we should be discussing governance, where should these discussions take place? I don't think they should be in the Parliament field. I know you're from UNIDIR, so you have to put it there, but then for me, it's definitely rival. And that's why Austria, together with the Netherlands and other countries, we introduced this idea of ethics of quantum technologies in UNESCO. Why? Because I think that's the way we have to start a discussion. Why the ethics? Not because it's irrelevant and nice to have, but it's exactly what is ethics. It's about why we want to use it, to what ends. And I think we need a global discussion, a global inclusive discussion on that, where we bring in particular those who don't have access into the vote. And we discuss what are means where we can drive capacity building. Because it's not true that with quantum, everything has to be closed and securitized. There are things that are out in the open. And that's a question of, again, which I criticize within the European Union, that we don't have a strategy. Because you can't lump it together. There might be, the Commission, for instance, is of the view, when it comes to quantum communication, QPD, we're not discussing it, even not with the US and not with Switzerland. It stays among 27. But then we do know that we have to cooperate with some others outside the 27 for certain parts, So for me, it's a question of, if you like, concentric circles. We have to find the right balance. In what areas should we stay 27? Again, for those who are for the European Union member states, where we can only stay among us. Where do we need to have a broader circle of friends and like-minded? And that might change. And where do we need to have global? Where do we have access and share things? Because it becomes critical for Global South. And by the way, this is also a very much a strategic objective of the European Union. We have Global Gateway, which is a connectivity program that aims to sort of link up strategic, the strategic objectives of our partner countries, particularly in Africa, for their development in terms of transport, digital infrastructure, research and science, energy, and what not, and what would we like to have in return? Access to raw materials, certainly also access to influence, because, or the sphere of influence, because you all know China, One Belt, One Road, a massive, very successful program. But what I'm saying is that we do understand that sharing research and technology is a critical factor for the development of our partner countries. So there will be parts where we can share, we should share. The question is where, what? Look at the Open Quantum Institute. That's one part of how you can share. You don't share the knowledge, but you know, with their system, you at least have access to some quantum computing capabilities. That might be already, you know, it's already a start. Why not thinking of more of these things? I think that the idea with Matthias had with the Commons was, let's define things which at least, because it's not, I mean, it's not an end in itself, having access to quantum technology, whatever it is. In the end, it's just a tool, right? Knowledge is a tool to improve quality of life of individuals or communities, societies, states, whatever. So how can we make sure that these technologies really serve development purposes? That's the key question. And how can we make sure that this quantum divide, the total divide of access and control, doesn't go over the top? Because it will become geopolitical, I'm totally with you. It's the question, it's the discussion we have, not in quantum, because nobody right now in the UN talks about quantum. But it's the defining thing when we talk about digital issues. While I was sitting there, I was just writing, you know, our position for the Commission on Science and Technology Development, where it's a big issue. Just preparing for the World Summit on the Information Society review process. It's the issue, digital divide. And the next one is coming up, quantum divide. So we have to start thinking. It will come to us. And right now, you know, when it comes to Europe, our geopolitical positions is very much compromised because we're not walking the talk. Or is it talking the walk? No. Honestly, I think this is something where we never look. You know, we have to start thinking about it. And for me, that's part of an international strategy that we have to have anyway when it comes to our economic security interests. Because we don't have an economic security interest. We have an economic security strategy. We have no strategy with who to cooperate on what exactly.
And Robert, please.
Thank you. And as a starter, no problem at all. We start this conversation at UNESCO.
It should not be the only place.
Absolutely. We are collaborating.
It has to be everywhere.
And then if we just can continue this conversation, and I think that that's the essence of this discussion. Just a really quick answer to the last question. I think it is time for us to maybe think about whether we should decide how to control something that is partly fundamental science, which we want to share, and partly strategic technology, which some might not wish to share. And then, moreover, if major nations don't agree on rules, we risk a patchwork, as already mentioned by fellows. So one country's restrictions could be undermined by another's opening, or vice versa. So this is a really tricky question, and ultimately possibly leading to tension. So as already we heard, today discussions are underway internationally to update export controls for emerging tech, including quantum. But consensus is really challenging. And what's clear is that this is the big question I just would like to pose to everyone. Relying solely on existing control risks is really sufficient for now when it comes to the emerging technologies, including quantum. Maybe we also think about new agile governance approaches that reflect quantum's unique nature. No answer from me, my side, but I really wanted to hear about other participants as well.
Can I have a follow-up? May I ask you a follow-up question? Did I just hear well that you made a distinction between basic research and applied technology? and whether this could be a way of helping out to get out of that friction or that tension between openness and security. I doubt that, because the continuum is not clear, you know. That's why I said quantum is not basic research anymore. It's not even applied research or basic science. It's not applied research neither. Parts of it are already in the commercialized. And you can, I really doubt that you can totally disconnect the knowledge you have that will lead to technology applications. I mean, look at what China did. I mean, China profited a lot of basic science knowledge they acquired in Europe. And where are they now in terms of their quantum communication network? It's amazing. I think last time I heard 19,000 kilometers they managed. 19,000 kilometers, they're far ahead of anybody else. It's basic science that we paid, and you know, with European taxpayers paid, built up, and that kind of value creation is gone somewhere else.
Okay, I think this leads.
So that's the question that that's very
a short response, please.
I hear you, definitely. So that I just, during my presentation, I just showed some of the distinct domains under the quantum technologies, both really different things. And I think that depending on the perspectives, it could be resolved in different answers, different ways to think. But if we just stick to only one way of thinking, then we could not really even start any conversation on it. So it is one of my suggestions on personal understanding on this issue, really open to any other opinions as well. Thanks.
So some more things to be thought about and to find political solutions in a very complex and tricky, as you said, field. I'm sorry, we are at the end of this session, so there was no possibility to include the plenary and also not the offsite or the internet-based question. Sorry about that, but I hope you found it worthwhile nevertheless. And let's thank our three panelists.
Well, the good thing is that we now do have another session. We might have a little break in between, I think, maybe, or do we not? Are we 2-3 minutes maybe? Continue. But so there will be more depth, perhaps now a bit more from the technical and sort of like experience side of it. So I think we can probably still sort of like merge some of the questions that might have come up now into this next session as well. We have two speakers joining us for that one, and I'll try to lead you guys through it. So if there's more questions, I might still call on you while sitting on your other places. So just quick reshuffle then. I guess
we would just rearrange and then we'd start again.
All right. Well, I hope we're not putting you on too much export controls today, but we do have another session where we'll try to continue those discussions. I think the title heading said that here we're talking about it a bit more from the technology perspective. So we'll try to dive a bit deeper into that. But the other thing that we wanted to do is reflect a bit on how this has been received, perceived, and engaged with from the different communities in the quantum field. So I'm very happy that I actually don't need to introduce the panel anymore, because you have already heard fantastic presentations and introductions to both of my panelists here. And I promise I will stop talking, because you've already heard a lot from me in this first session. So I will limit myself to posing a couple of general questions that you guys can have a go at, and then in this session for sure we want to open it up to you. And as I said again, please feel free to kind of like both ask questions in this realm or maybe refer back to things in the first session if it's something that you're really keen on. We still have our other panelists here. So I think everyone would be happy to contribute to that discussion. So The introduction of export controls on quantum technologies has sort of like mystified many in the field, and particularly the choice of control list threshold. So 34 qubits. Why? Certainly came up a lot in the public discussions that I have observed. So turning to you, Michal, maybe you can give us a bit of a technical perspective on what do you think the export controls that were adopted mean and how they might impact the development in the field, and give us a bit of context how sort of like from a technical perspective you would position that in this whole debate.
Okay, thank you. From my perspective, I think maybe already today said, or someone else, quantum technology is typical dual-use technology, and it's basically natural. It's under, let's say, this dual-use regulation in the EU or similar export controls, and some part of quantum technologies already fit under some existing categories. Sometimes we need to create new categories. But actually, the case of quantum computing, there was a little bit few ways exactly about specific numbering. It's to be clear, it's not specific like 34 qubits. First of all, it's a quantum computer supporting the first category 34 to 100 qubits with a specific fidelity of interaction between them. So that's actually very smart because we have different types of quantum computers. Some quantum computers, they use fixed qubits, so it means that qubit is physical, but then we have other type of quantum computers called measurement based, where we use photon, which exists actually very short time, but from, let's say, mathematical perspective, it's equivalent. So from this perspective, it's smart because you're covering, let's say, the supporting system around, not necessary that has to include this qubit. But I think, honestly, I think it will still change in the future because then the number B, speaking about the array of qubits, but it's very unclear because, long-term vision is that we will not be able to build big quantum computer one. In reality, we will have several quantum computers which will be interconnected through quantum networks, and that's critical because if you connect two quantum computers through quantum network, it's not like you will have power of A plus power of B. In this case, actually, it's exponential, so it will be like power 2 to A plus B. So from this perspective, this interconnected quantum networks, quantum computers, is a very important concept, and I'm not sure how well is covered in this regulation. So I think this will need to be changed too. Also, qubit, qubit is a 0 ones and their superposition. It's not only concept. It's a natural for, let's say, systems like photons, which has two polarization, or a spin of electron, which has spin up and down. But many quantum systems can have even more, let's say, levels than just 0 and 1. So you can have qubit, or in general, we're speaking about qubit. So for every each higher dimension, you actually will need probably new regulation. If we will have, it's technologically, it's very challenging. So yeah, from my perspective, as I said, it's natural to have some limits. As I understood, these numbers actually were created quite some long time ago. One could oppose that 34 qubit you still can simulate, but I think that's not the that's not the point, because the point is that technology that can realize high quality 34 qubits, it's something they require, for example, this quality of interconnection with error 10 to minus 4. We don't have such quality of qubits yet, so we are actually within this beyond this threshold. So it's quantum computing, but if we move to, for example, to quantum sensing, because we spoke a lot about quantum sensing regarding military application, that's actually a category that is already covered, because already export controls, we have general for sensings. There are general thresholds, like, I don't know, I have one example for magnetometry, which is more precise than 10 femtotesla. That's regulated, and there is export control. Or similar with gravimetry, with sensitive to let's say minus 10 to minus 9 1 over time square. It's again, if it's so high performance, it's under the export control, but under the category of general sensing. In case of quantum communications, that's a bit tricky. There is not explicitly export control. There is quite a lot of discussion if we should say 100 kilometers with 1 megabytes per second, if maybe that should be the threshold, but it's just discussion. There is nothing on the paper. But for sure, what's interesting, a lot of people are speaking, you know, post-quantum cryptography. It has actually two phases. One phase is that very nice activity of this NIST from the US. One very important aspect of this standards is that these standardized algorithms with those specific parameters are royalty free. So you can use for commercial application. That's good. But at the other side, within existing export control, there is category of cryptography. So if you have system of sufficiently strong cryptography capabilities, is under the export control. So whereas the algorithms itself, no, but if you build, for example, product, there will be, let's say, designs for super strong encryption. That might be under the export control rules. Yeah. Also, my last comment in this entry to awake you. I would like everyone who heard, actually Claudia mentioned, who heard already about this research security, if you can hands up. Who heard about research security framework? Actually, no many. That's a problem. So, especially for those of you who are from Denmark, France, Netherlands, Norway, and UK, these countries already in some level implemented this EU research security initiative in some form of policy. And actually, because quantum technologies are not used, you should be really aware about that, because from my perspective, beyond, let's say, export control, where you have some relatively clear thresholds, here we are speaking about this intangible transfer of technology. So it means exchange between researchers, publications, training, inviting foreign researchers. And if you are speaking with these activities about dual-use technologies, you are under this, let's say, research security framework. And so every researcher should be aware about that. I can give one specific example. You know, I'm from Prague, from Czech Republic. In Czech Republic, we don't have any such a policy. In general, not only about quantum, but in general, the awareness is very low. So I know that it's pretty bothering our counterintelligence, because, you know, money are not many. And from China, they invited us to conference, and they pay all. What worse, they travel with their working computer and phones. And believe me, at the borders, China has very advanced technology, how very fast copy all your laptop, all your phones, including from RAM memories. So it's definitely not a good idea, especially if you have some sensitive research. And probably you have, because they invited you to China. So there are these aspects. I already in the for some, let's say, assessment, let's say with some within some of my activities at the NATO, I made some assessment on let's say this collaboration. And there is one example of very nice tool from Australia, from ASPE Institute, where they have this tracker of Chinese universities, how much they work with defense sector in China. So you can make some basic assessment. Okay, this university is okay. They don't work so much with army. They have a lot of projects. So there are some tools, and I think this tool will be even more important, because as part of this research security, everyone, every institution should do some basic assessment, what yes, what no, because let's say the main motto is, as they call, I like it, international cooperation as open as possible, as close as necessary. So that's, thank you, Ed, for the beginning.
Thank you, Michal. And I think was also a good reminder that we're talking about export controls on quantum technology, but for many of the use cases that we might be discussing, there's controls there based on the specific sort of like level of output that you're looking for, particularly when it comes to sensors, for example. So in that sense, it didn't necessarily have to be the controls that we are seeing now, but other areas of use case applications of quantum will in any case already be in that realm. But maybe let's switch it up a bit now. And I think now for a while you've very much heard this kind of like security discussion of it. But Anna, I was really looking forward now to hear a bit, you know, as someone who has a startup who both in this space, but also worked, as we heard before, in a lot of these emerging tech areas, and someone running a community, how do you see the community has sort of like perceived, reacted, and engaged with this export control debate and perhaps also the research security discussion coming into this field?
So it's not only about the export control, it's actually whole risk assessment of that collaboration, like you just mentioned about the research. And when you have a startup, or if even as a big company, if you're engaging in emerging technologies, it's typically a risk you're taking. So big corporations, when they start working with quantum technologies, they start with collaborations on research. They make an open calls, they gather knowledge, they work on the proposals and so on. And when they do that, especially in the world that was going more and more international, and you will have companies that have their venture all over the world, you would be absorbing that knowledge globally and exchanging that knowledge globally to build products that will be delivered globally. Now, when you position yourself and you want to engage, it starts to be complicated. Do you invest as a corporation in the startups that might become risky because of their geolocation? How do you assess that investment? Is it worth? How do you approach it as a startup? Because the whole thing is that with all those regulations, when you try to go to the market as a startup, where do you take your investment from? How your market will then afterwards look like? Will you be able to suddenly only engage with your national market because you take money from this, and then because of the further export controls or regulations on the exchange of know-how, you might be not able to drive your business beyond your borders? And the response, it's I would say at this stage very emotional. So I talk with startups, and I also observe corporations for whom we introduce startups to, and it's anything from, well, I don't want to work with any startup that is from America. That's it. And there is no regulation behind it, right? Like we have not changed all the laws about how we work with US, but some people react very abruptly to what's going on the political scene, and that is emotionally driven. Then you have people that simply don't want to take a risk, because if you're working on in the domain that is very defense oriented, or you depend on the public funding, right? Like if you depend on the European funding, you might like to think ahead, because if you have to comply backwards, you might start to think, okay, does that make sense for me to already now keep on working with a company from here, take some component from here, or take an investment from here? What does that mean for the future? So when I talk with the startups, some of them simply don't know. And they engaged with and no one can tell them. So there is like this moment at the moment, there is a lot of, some take risk and they completely ignore it. Like, I meet people that say, well, the war will end soon. I'm just going to Russia now and see what's going on. You know, and they just have an opposite, you know, they really going for a risk on, and they want to have that conversations. And others don't want to even work with the American capital. And when they take money from a defense, they are even more confused. Because, like, does that mean that if I'm engaging now in a call with NATO, what does that mean anymore? And like, it's in quantum, but like, if you also look on the space industry, which also for the satellites and so on, highly invest in those technologies, it's very complicated because, for example, from a European Union point of view, NASA used to be a big client. And, you know, when your project is running as a business for 20 years in space industry, and suddenly you don't know if you're going to be showing, and like when you're going through those tenders and so on, there's no such a thing like a non-disclosure. I mean, you have to disclose. You're showing all your strategy for the next 20 years. You're showing all the technical things you want to develop. What if in 5 years, NASA is not procuring that anymore and they're coming up with their own product? Or, I mean, there is, and this navigating that space that is so dynamically changing, it is very difficult. And it's not only in the direction of China, it's all over the world, because these technologies have this dual use, and there will be always something that you want to keep nationally, develop nationally. And I think at the moment, because it's based on the emotion and trying to predict the future, but there's no regulations that are catching up with that.
So maybe following up onto that, does it feel like companies are prepared in the sense of both having the awareness of sort of like the somewhat securitized discussions that are happening about it, but also then more concretely with, frankly, the compliance functions that it takes to comply with export controls, to comply with your investment, investment screening that you might need to do if you accept investment. Like all of those things, is that at a level where we're really talking about sort of the implementation and concrete enough that both startups but also sort of like different research organizations are prepared for that? Or is it really still very much catching up on things?
Do you want to?
Okay, I can answer. It really depends. If I return to previous panel, when you mentioned those countries which implemented this export control for quantum computers, if you see them, all those countries are countries which has quite some advanced quantum ecosystem, in sense they have some, let's say, relevant startups which are a little bigger, and they have already some relevancy. So therefore, it's even then a national intention to somehow have these controls. Doesn't make for Czech Republic if you don't have quantum startup, right? But then it's different in each country. I'm involved in the Dutch ecosystem, which I'm not afraid to say is the most advanced. There is this Quantum Delta, an L organization that really organize and lead this quantum ecosystem. Here, for example, this Quantum Delta, they offer even guides how to perform self-assessment for exports. They have even some advisory. So from this perspective, it's very helpful. We already discussed with them, because I'm involved in some Dutch MOD and NATO projects. So that's good, and it's a good service from, let's say, your government. In sense, you better ensure that they, let's say, follow the rules you set. Then if we go to other countries where they don't have such service, it's more responsibility of those startups, but also risk, right? If they will ignore, for example, European Defence Fund calls are very strict, for example, from the perspective of ownership. So that can be, let's say, a criterion that will rule you out from many opportunities. So there is I would say more advanced ecosystem in that country. It's more services around that will help you. Otherwise, it's your responsibility and your risk as company.
So, I mean, I agree. I also know the Netherlands has it so advanced. I just would like to provide maybe a side look at it, that from one point of view, those companies that will get so much assistance and they will be compliant, but they also get dependent on that market to which they adapt to. And if other countries or companies will not follow that, they might be on the market, or they might not create products that will have the same impact. So as long as we're talking about the products that their natural reach is national, then it's not an issue. But the issue of European Union is that we have too little products that are globally desirable. And then eventually the technology that has dual use, well, it has dual use. It starts from the defense, military, but with quantum computing and with communication and with sensors, they all provide this threat and opportunity on a huge scale if they work. So if this compliance from the business point of view will also keep the European market locked and too focused on the locality, we might again end up with the products that will not have a global reach. And I don't see us being so protective with all other products. So if we will apply it to quantum technology, but we have not really applied the same with AI and with other software products, so we are so dependent on this, and we're giving so much advantage to the American products that have so much reach, but we ourselves do not produce products that will have that type of reach. We might not reach this economical sovereignty and also power to exert our rules to other countries. It's just a discussion.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's an interesting perspective. I'm not sure whether I would agree, because it's, but maybe that's sort of like the bias of export control person here talking about it. Like, our perspective is more, well, having, like, if you have compliance functions in place that will enable you much more to actually engage with the international market, because you will be more prepared to sort of like navigate the regulations that you will encounter from different states. And, if you look at that already working with any US counterparts, then as you mentioned, like some states are maybe stepping back from that. But similarly, as you see that more coming in other states within the EU, but also beyond, it's not just the US outside of the EU who has controls. I think it could also go the other way around, but I think that's an interesting perspective to see that sort of like perceptions on that might differ and in how that's received in the community.
Yeah, maybe actually I tend to agree with you, because what I feel from the perspective of export controls in the US is also pretty relatively strict. It's more or less on the same level like here. So that's not a advantage or disadvantage. I think what you describe, it's not about let's say export control. It's about the available money. If you go in the US, there are more available money, and therefore they are so strong. The biggest pain of the European startup is that they are not enough, let's say, venture capital investing in quantum startups. That's the bigger pain than export control. Of course, then there are other possible aspect like regulations, non-export, but more like AI regulation that can indeed slow you down. But I don't think so. It's a case of the quantum at the moment. So I think considering that we don't have these big corporations, so we have still pretty strong quantum startups from Finland, France, Netherlands, which are really strong. And considering they grew up from zero compared to IBM and so on, which already from the beginning have big money, I think we are pretty good. These companies are selling outside Europe. So I don't think so. It's due to the export controls. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in principle, I was not referring to only export control. I was trying to embrace also this risk assessment of collaborating with different companies. And I guess what I'm trying to contemplate is this. We are basing also the need for export control and what they can bring or not, or another regulations on a much slower developing, because we always look back and back it was always slower than it's going to be. And if things are developing faster and the technologies are developing faster, I mean, yes, at the moment we have emerging startups that are really strong, but what I also see is that the mindset of a lot of the strategy for developing businesses in Europe is also going into this direction that we want to collaborate, that we want to have distributed computing, and that will distribute also the power. We will naturally collaborate. Whereas when I listened to a strategy of Microsoft, they see it very differently. They see themselves as going into direction that they will be offering that. And suddenly you will have one provider of the data center of computational power that they would be getting the power of influencing regulations. Is it an export control and so on? And if you think about the company that is global, that have sites all over, I mean, they're not the only company that will enter the quantum computation and so on. What would that mean for the export control? And is that a power on the, we mentioned that before, and I think it's very interesting. It's really shifting who has the power. Is that the countries that define the rules, or is that now the giant corporations that have unproportional access to the resources that become so essential? And not only on the security or the defense, but also on the stability and access to resources for the whole societies. So they have immense leverage, and not all of them have, well, they not all share the same vision of the future. And I think one has to really listen to them, because there is a lot of information in between the lines. And I don't know how that would be emerging, but I found it very disturbing that something that was sold to me, that they are taking care who's going to be using, they're going to be controlling. It was like, but you're one company. What does that mean if one company decides which country has an access to quantum computing or not?
I think that's a really good point. And I think, that also kind of like puts on the table where do states fit in here, particularly big companies, but maybe also multinational companies who have to, deal with different governance frameworks that we're encountering more and more. But we don't want to put too much pressure on you to represent sort of, everyone in the quantum community and give your reflections on that. But thank you very much. But I think this is a good point to maybe open it up to everyone in the room. And I'd be really curious to hear who might have any questions to us, both on export controls in general, about the discussion that we had now, and also in general, maybe how you perceive the sort of like discussion that we had up here. I hope that wasn't completely detached from the reality that you see, or the discussions that you usually encounter. So yeah, please, anyone who wants to jump in, comment, question, let's move to that.
You can also start with the online question. Yeah, from the previous one, but do you think that that also applies to them?
And you read it loud, it's more.
Have there been any instances where sanction or export control restriction on adjacent fields not targeted towards quantum systems, such as optics, minerals, semicon, impacted quantum science and tech?
Maybe I have one example where maybe this happen or it works, and is the case of Russia. You know, Russia historically, or Russia claimed they already invest like $1 billion in quantum technologies. They actually had one of the first quantum communication startup in Europe, basically. And historically, they have big advantage because they have historically very strong position in nuclear physics, and a lot of computing technologies are basically low energy nuclear physics. So from this perspective, they have actually very good starting conditions. They are developing their own quantum computer. However, from the moment when started this war with Ukraine, and there are not so many news. So they are either extremely silent, or all those restrictions around significantly slow down the development. Beyond that, probably half of those money they send for quantum were lost somehow. But still, I can really observe that the presented progress is much slower compared to, let's say, before this big, before the war and all those, let's say, how it's called, sanctions. Yeah. So that's one example I have in mind regarding this question.
Other questions, comments, experiences?
I have one question, and first thank you to both groups on speaking on export controls, because I'm not very familiar with that. But then a question came, especially when we were discussing about the technical limits, how many qubits and stuff. How do we keep with the change of the technology when we deal with export controls? Is it correct to limit the export controls in terms of quantities and functionalities, or should we maybe look more at more general functionalities that even if the technology changes over time, they will still be there? What is your take on that?
Should I start, or do you want to?
Maybe you can start. You are a bigger expert. I can maybe contribute with some technical details.
I mean, I can say that. So the general approach, one is the control list items are continuously updated. So, and that can sort of struggle a bit, because I mean, every single time you need to find agreement again on every change. So upping the limit, and that can be a big problem. When we look back at controls on computers in the past, that surely is an example where we saw that, you know, it's not a perfect way to approach it, because we're always lacking behind. Every single agreement on level of, you know, high computing power was always outpaced so quickly. So we really had that problem come into play there. There's similar examples, I think, from satellite technology, where at some point people are really fed up with the export controls because they sort of like never really kept up to where we are. And I think your question is exactly right. Like, how do you then go about it? Do you choose something that maybe is quite tangible at this point, but will be outpaced by technical development quite quickly? Or do you choose something that is a bit broader and a bit more general? But I mean, that often then has the issue that it's not as clear in terms of defining what is actually covered. And finding a perfect way in between is difficult, but that's exactly what sort of like the work of the regimes is. And I was asked a question separately already, so I wanted to maybe share that with the group as well, because someone asked me, well, who is it actually that looks at this and decides this? So in the export control regimes, all of the participating states have a technical delegation. And so they have this technical expert meeting where they sit together. But there's vast differences between sort of like how much states contribute and who they send. You know, the US has big departments who feed into that. Germany, like BAFA, which is the Export Licensing Authority, has its own technical division where there's like 100 people working there. But that's not the case in a lot of other states, right? Some states, just have connections to some national universities who provide them with advice, or you provide delegates. So there is also differences in terms of how much which states can contribute, and particularly if it's a new technology field, do they have someone who's very much up to speed? Are they very good at engaging their domestic technical community and getting the necessary input? Some states, I think, do it fairly well. They engage with the companies and have that level, but that's certainly not something that we necessarily see across the board. So that also impacts a bit the extent to which we really can do it well or not with defining the technical thresholds and what actually the parameters are that we look at. Yeah.
Thanks. Aaron Steinfeld from the European Space Agency. I got confused about the purpose of export control. Because I understand very well that we don't want chemical and biological weapons to proliferate. But so far, I have not been scared by a magnetometer, which is very sensitive. So why do we apply the same type of regulation to these, to me, very different things?
Want to talk about the nuclear context?
I mean, as I said, in principle, all quantum technologies are dual use. Therefore, naturally, they are under some control. As I mentioned when I spoke about this sensing, there are the threshold for export control for sensings are universal. There are parameters like in case of this magnetometry, the threshold is 10 femtometers. 10 femtotesla. If it's a better performance, then you are under export control and you need to deal with that. What is the declaration?
Yeah, so I mean, I specifically here the context is the military system. So it's not just biochem nuclear per se, so the actual weapons, but it's that whole complex around it. So it's also the weapon system to deploy them. I mean, if you come from the space sector, you're very aware of everything that is covered when it comes to space launch technology, satellites, and so on. And what Jürgen is mentioning here, obviously, that sort of, I would rather say vision than future of potentially having sensors that would be able to protect your strategic submarines. So those submarines which are on long-term rotation with nuclear weapons, because that is sort of like one of the major parts of strategic stability, strategic deterrence that states have. So they think if the nuclear submarines can be detected, then we will not have stability anymore in terms of between the nuclear states. So there is a lot of that in terms of the overarching context of security there. And it is quite interesting then if you look at what that ends up with specifically being covered on the list, because unless you have that context, it might sometimes seem quite odd. I mean, I think Sibylle, you always have you need the same kind of fluorides and whatnot for toothpaste as you might have as a precursor in a chemical weapon. So it's things where if you just look at it and have, a different experience of a chemist, it might be very different to what we are looking at with this very securitized lens on it. And yeah, that's how we kind of end up with these types of things on control lists as well.
Yeah, I just thought that, I mean, some part of it might be, so I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I could imagine that because we are constantly discovering use cases and if you could at least predict that there would be one or two use cases that might lead to the capabilities for the magnetometer in this case, but for the others, that might lead to advantage or this or the other way, or disable this like security in some way. You might just put it on the list before you figure it out, right? I mean, it's like better safe than sorry, I could imagine, because we will be developing and understanding like what it really means to have that sensitivity and what capabilities it will enable. It takes time from the moment. I mean, it's like, you know, with the internet, first we had it, and I mean, no one thought like what it would actually, what use cases it would be supporting. So I think this control of the technologies will probably have hit and miss sometimes, but in some situations, it probably would be better to be on a safer side.
And it's a central struggle of deciding how much you want to do that in a forward-looking way, or if you only want to impose controls when there's actually these items already in the commercial space, already being traded. And it's a tricky one because, I mean, nobody really wants to stifle innovation by putting controls on everything. But at the same time, if you wait too long and then it takes too long to, you know, have the process of talking about it and getting to the stage where you might be able to agree on a controller's item, then it might feel like it's too late. But it's really hard to thread the needle on that one.
Okay, yeah, this thing measures selected fields. It could be dual use, but we have never built it yet. So you apply a bit of expert control and then you go higher with a lot of expert control. Is there something like this?
So generally you just have a technical threshold. So an export, like, I mean, it would be great if we would just show it, but sort of like on the control list, there's usually, it starts with a sort of like very short description of what the item, the technology is. And then it has several subparagraphs which describe the technical parameters according to which they're controlled. So it will then be everything that can at least reach this type of precision, this type of granularity, this type of, or this combination of components, like it, depending on what kind of, you know, whether we're talking about materials or whether we're talking about a machine, whatever. Like, so you usually have those, like a whole list of technical parameters that define it. And then you just have a cutoff in the sense of everything above and everything below. That said, it's not as easy because there's also controls that you have which are just based on the end use rather than what's on the list. So what we call catch-all controls, that is controls which, you know, look at everything, all unlisted items as well, but they are more concerned than about the end use that we're concerned about. And those mostly apply then only to chemical, biological, nuclear weapons, but there's more push to have that extend more to military items more broadly. So the US and the UK already doing that to a certain extent. So it really isn't as clear cut as one might hope from the lists. And that's a big struggle for anyone who has to comply with export controls as well. So the practice really is quite difficult.
I have a question to you. How quickly one can adapt? Because I mean, we have this this type of export control. Because I could imagine that the moment we will figure out that, let's say, this sensitivity of that specific sensor will not provide the advantage on the military and defense, but it has a huge advantage. So no one will pursue that there because the actual advantage taken from that would be so little that it's not worth. But on the other hand, it will have a huge application, I don't know, in the medical. How quickly one can adapt that type of regulations based on what we will be continuously learning that, well, it is a very sensitive, yet it's great, but actually in these applications, you know, when I think it would not give an advantage, no one will be really using it that way. But on the other hand, the world generally could benefit from this medical application.
So the traditional cycle is yearly. So, I mean, there's yearly updates on all of the control lists. It can be much faster, but it might also be much slower. So as an example, when we had the Novichok poisonings, the Australia group was very quickly and did it in between sessions, so not waiting the yearly cycle to put Novichok agents on the control list. So sometimes when there is an sort of strong interest and drive to do something, then it can be very quickly. If there's consensus there, change can happen very fast. But if it's more about kind of like the development of technology, it really depends. Like it might be that in a year there could be a change, but it's also not often that one category gets sort of updated every year in each cycle. So often then there is a delay in terms of what would happen. And unfortunately here we also go back a bit to the current situation where in general everything is slower that is being agreed on the multilateral level. And to be honest, we don't have any experience yet how we're going to do it with these national control list items. Because, I mean, this is still a very, very new thing. I mean, in theory, states can immediately say they don't want to have it controlled or do changes, but this is kind of like still new territory in terms of how that might develop. And it's just because that's then detached from what's happening in the regimes, it's a bit more complicated. So for quantum, then we will actually have to see. I think it's actually quite a good and important question for the future, particularly if we expect that changes will come in that area. Unless we are going to have a multilateral control, who is going to start? Is that going to fragment even more in terms of everyone sort of like then following someone changing this national control? For me, there's big question marks in terms of how that would work in practice. Claudia, you also wanted to jump in, but go ahead.
Maybe correct me if I am wrong, but export control is just control. It doesn't mean you cannot produce, you cannot do big business. It only means you need to ask for license. It's more paperwork, but it doesn't mean you are without business. You can still do big business, only you need more paperwork. Yeah.
Sure, but limitations.
But for many people, sounds like no. Okay, it's no go zone. It's not true.
I mean, you can look on Germany. Paperwork can really hold back development of business.
I would have a
big discussion.
I would have a question on the fragmentation you were saying and how you consider the likelihood that within the European Union we'll come to a much more unified approach. If you have any knowledge, or is it just pure speculation? But my understanding is, previously countries like the Netherlands or Sweden were rather reluctant to give up, if you like, their national competence, and we're not so keen on a more European approach. Are now more understand that the pressure can be too much on a single country, and that our bargaining or negotiating power as a European Union would be stronger when it comes to pressure from certain countries. So, any insights on that?
I don't want to speculate too much. What I can say is it is an ongoing debate right now. So the Commission would very much like to have a bigger role. And as we've sort of like seen over the last decade, the member states and some, as you mentioned, very much so have been very reluctant to accept that, because export controls is a bit of a strange case, because it is trade policy, which is a shared responsibility at the EU level. Sorry, not shared. It's the exclusive. Sorry, wrong. It's important here to have the right word. Exclusive competence at the EU level. But it's always been a special case because of the security connection. So the member states have effectively still had that level of control. The Commission would like to have more. They already, in sort of like the last regulation change, they wanted to have an autonomous control list from the EU. So the EU would centrally decide to have its own control list, that the Commission would be able to propose items. And so there's quite a bit of discussion on that in the past. As far as I understand it, the current debate is on whether you can use the, basically the normal legislative procedure in the EU to create EU list items. The Commission is arguing for that, and I think there's some discussions happening right now. I don't want to speculate on the outcome, but it very much is on the agenda right now, as far as I understand it. But I really don't know whether something like that will come out, because in theory, according to the treaties, it is possible. Like it would be possible to have the sort of like normal legislative procedure introducing something like that. But as you say, there's some states who have very strong opinions about it, and I don't really know whether it's going to lead to something.
If you allow me a follow-up question. Now, we basically say that this idea of using export controls as basically a tool for economic security is a bit far off from what originally these tools were made. Can you imagine something that we find something else? I mean, the European Union created all kinds of tools. We have an economic coercion tool or mechanism. Why can't we just think of some mechanism for technology protection? I don't know. Do you think, would that be a way forward in your opinion? Sorry.
God, no, I don't want to put that all on me right now. And also, exactly, you said we wanted to wrap up. To be honest, I don't really have an answer. I think that there probably is scope, but it's been like I don't have an idea right now at hand to solve the conundrum that we're in, because whether you go a route that is more like restrictive measures, I think there is some good reasons that we do some things in the EU like we do compared to how the US is imposing sanctions. In the way that we want to define how we do research security, economic security, like, are we willing to go into the direction of defining who we are concerned about? Do we want to stay country agnostic? If yes, it's always going to be really tricky to find instruments that can try to do that. I don't know. I really can only kind of like start unpacking and thinking about like what some of the arguments and factors in that might be, but I don't really have a tool in mind to fix that. Maybe that's something to think about and take away from this. Zeki has already opened the door, so unfortunately, I think we are. Okay, you get the last word, and then we have to wrap it up.
I just wanted, because I think it fits to this new tools, because what you mentioned with Russia, that when we put the sanctions and more control, we also started to get less information out. And I would say that that's something to also keep in mind. And the thing is that when we get less information out, we start to speculate, and speculation is not the truth. I just wanted to put it out there as an interesting point going forward, that we protect ourselves, but we also, when we protect ourselves, we cut some ways of knowing what's going on the other side. That is not always actually a security. Just, I don't know what it means. I don't have solution. I just want to say.
Dialogue is always important, and I think this has been a great dialogue. So please join me in thanking the panelists.
So this is the last session for today, and you're already familiar with Claudia and Peter, who will run this session. So with that, we're going to just leaving the floor to Claudia.
So thanks a million, Zeki, for inviting me. I've been talking to Zeki a couple of months ago and been pushing him. You have to invite diplomats. Where are the diplomats in your discussion? So I'm here. So as I've been introduced, I work for the Austrian Foreign Ministry, and I do transport, connectivity, telecommunication, digital and tech and innovation diplomacy. But what I really love about my job is I call myself the tech diplomacy coordinator of the Austrian Foreign Ministry. And what does that mean? That means that the Foreign Ministry has understood the strategic value of emerging and disruptive technologies. So my focus is very much on, well, the mainstream digital stuff. AI has become mainstream already, but quantum is really what excites me.
And I've got now also into neurotechnology. These are very much my focus areas these days. And I've been trying to understand for the last 2 years, because I've been doing this job for the last 2 years, to understand sort of the angles, the perspectives you have to fully understand the impact of quantum technologies on foreign and security policy. So my presentation today will be about the geopolitics of quantum and a European quantum strategy. Let's see if we can rather discuss this, because there's not a lot to tell on the European quantum strategy. But this is what I'd like to talk about today. So starting from the context, and we've been discussing this in the export control session already. The overall framework is the geopolitics of technology at large. And I want to discuss a bit the role of diplomacy in that field. So this is what I call anticipating a quantum tech diplomacy agenda. So basically what Dongyoun also said, how do we bring it into the diplomatic space? All these discussions we're having from a different angle. So I'd like to talk about what I call the strategic dimensions, what I said, you know, basically the foreign and security policy angles, and then conclude a quantum paradigm shift. So a lot you've heard already, a lot you know, so please be patient with me. But just going through again what we've seen in the digital field in the last 30, 40 years, very strongly. I mean, you know that technology has always been the probably single most critical factor in security for the military. But I think it's that we discussed this also in the export control session. There's been a shift in the discourse, and that basically happened in the last 10 years. Coincides very much with China's ascent, in particular One Belt, One Road, but also a huge push to acquire technological prowess as a real strategy that came along. And I think in the digital realm, we realized it also, first of all, when we realized the internet is not only, you know, the field where we're going to democratize knowledge and everybody will have access to information and it will change and we're going to have the free information society. We realized that there's data out there that is grabbed by some and monetized. And there's surveillance and lots of violations of privacy. And in the last 10 years or so, I think the rivalries have really come to the fore and has become something that is part now of discourse in international relations. And it's about access and control to new technology. So when I say new technology, is always emerging and disruptive technologies such as AI, quantum, the critical list that you saw, and standards. It's very interesting to see how countries use standardization organization to push their agenda, something that is very much underlooked, in particular in Europe. Spheres of influence, so markets and the way governance is done. Good example is this idea that Brussels had. We're going to do the Digital Service Act and the Digital Market Act, and by this we're going to be the writer of the global rule book, and by this we're going to have power and influence. Brussels effect. I don't believe in it, but okay. And infrastructure and connectivity. We've seen it very strongly with China's One Belt, One Road. The new thing in Europe is Global Gateway, trying to use also connectivity and infrastructure as a way of boosting our geopolitical standing. And then critical raw materials and supply chains. We've heard a lot about the geopolitics of that from Dongyoun, and the narratives. So narratives is about, you know, who's good and who's bad, who influences who. FIMI is foreign interference and media, what is it? Foreign interference and media manipulation. Never get the acronym right, but basically it's about this. It's foreign interference and polluting the information space through disinformation in a very targeted way. We call that also hybrid threats. And basically Europe is in a hybrid conflict, if you like, or is subjected to hybrid threats of various kinds for quite some time. So that's what we see here. And, you know, technology has been governed on the global level already, also for the last 30 years. I just put down a couple of processes that are currently underway. In the field of internet governance, 2003, 2005, the World Summit on the Information Society. This year, we're going to have a 20-year review process. The battle is about who governs internet and digital technologies, but increasingly, we talk also about emerging and disruptive technologies in this context. Sometimes quantum is mentioned, very rarely, but we talk very much about AI these days. The Global Digital Compact last year was adopted by a high-level conference of head of states and head of governments, and then subsequently adopted by the UN General Assembly, sort of the political strategic blueprint for how the world will deal with digital technologies. Also, you have some mention of emerging and disruptive technologies. So I put there digital diplomacy because it has become a new field in diplomatic circles. Cybercrime, cyber diplomacy, different processes, different from the trade, ethics, human rights agenda. And very new is a strong proliferation of global AI governance initiatives popping up left and right. It's a huge issue. And you see the geopolitics there already because it's a deliberate way of not putting these issues to the UN where everybody can discuss it, but to have it sort of in fora of like-minded, you know, that's friendshoring of international cooperation, basically. And where we don't really have anything is new and emerging technologies. We can discuss this later. More and more, at least some side events, things are happening in diplomatic spaces. There was, you know, this, I mentioned it already, the ethics of quantum in UNESCO that is starting. So that's a process, an intergovernmental process that is starting. But there's basically nothing happening in the disarmament field. There's nothing happening in Geneva in the Commission on Science and Technology, very little in the IGF, that's the Internet Governance Forum, which is a multi-stakeholder, so not a formal intergovernmental circle, but at least. And then you've got nothing in the trade-related fora, as far as I know, and nothing in the human rights fora. A lot on new and emerging technologies, but not specifically on quantum. Yeah. So I think we're going to skip that. What I try to do with this why tech diplomacy, what do I mean by anticipating a quantum tech diplomacy agenda? So my point is that we've been discussing this, you know, there are lots of implications that we anticipate that might happen and that will have an impact on international relations. But there's no discussion about what kind of governance structures we need to put, you know, all these issues on the right track. So where are the processes? Where are the norms? Where are the actors? So the whole governance business. And I think that's where you need also diplomats to come in the space. Because otherwise, everything we discuss here will be very interesting, but will lead to nowhere. Because in the end, you need someone who brings it into an intergovernmental arena where rules and standards are made. So that's what I mean by anticipating quantum tech diplomacy agenda. What should diplomats talk about and how? So for me, tech diplomacy it can be many things. You know, it can be how can diplomacy help bring forward your national quantum ecosystem. It could be how can we help foster European quantum ecosystem. It could be very traditional in terms of trade-related external economic diplomacy,
as we've been doing it for the past 20, 30 years, so trade promotion and that kind of stuff, or the governance area, where we've also been active, particularly in the technology field, in cyber or the nuclear. But we've never been involved in what I call anticipatory diplomacy. So you have a framework by the OECD, which is called anticipatory governance, meaning, because normally, diplomats are like lawyers. We come in when something happened, and then we clean up the mess. But what if we could already start being part of a process whereby we anticipate the implications and put it on the right track? Meaning, can we ensure that we leverage the potential, the positive transformative potential for common good? So in the UN language, it will be sustainable development, or broader, the holy trinity of the UN: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. Can we leverage and ensure that technologies really serve for good, the quantum for good idea, but also prevent harm and mitigate risks? So that's pretty much the anticipatory governance approach. And I think it's nothing. It has not happened. You will not find diplomats in these kind of processes. Actually, we don't have anticipatory processes in the diplomatic space, other than UNESCO, where they look at the ethics of science and technology. But in most cases, diplomats will only look at something if it's real, if it's here. So the strategic dimensions, geopolitics and effective multilateralism. We've been talking about this, the way the securization and weaponization of technologies has fostered a distrust and fragmentation. The geoeconomics, we've touched upon export controls. There's more to it. And the third dimension is peace and security dimension. We've been discussing it already this morning quite a bit. And ethics, human rights, and human security. This is how I looked at it. So we've seen, so coming to the first one, geopolitics and effective multilateralism. And of course, they're all intertwined, right? But what we see is that because quantum and other technologies are seen such as a national security relevant technology, this is the securization of these technologies, have driven up rivalries and building of different blocks, putting under strain what we call effective multilateralism. This idea that, all countries in the world in the UN context come together and cooperate and discuss and find ways to work together. But technology has rather been, and it used to be, science and technology used to be a way, a tool to improve international relations, bilateral relations. It's been part of multilateral organizations. UNESCO is a good example again. Sorry, I talk a lot about UNESCO. I've been for 5 years Austria's ambassador to UNESCO, so I know the organization very much, and I've fallen deeply in love with UNESCO because I think it's the greatest organization of all. And they used always science and technology as a way of culture and media and information and education as a means to bring about peace and security, promotion of human rights and sustainable development. And now we find ourselves in a situation whereby technology is basically driving wedges through communities and states, and we have a real risk that this fragmentation is not only in trade, but in knowledge, governance, and norms. And we see already, different, some competition in who sets the norms. And we also broached about it, but I think it's also under-discussed. This what we discussed on the quantum divide, that you have asymmetries in the way who accesses and controls the technology. Right now, tell me if I'm wrong, I've counted some 20 countries that have the capabilities in quantum. So we have around 180 states who have no capability whatsoever. And if it's true that with quantum key distribution,
and those who have the capabilities to access this technology and control it have absolute security. So let's say, hypothetically, 20 have absolute security, 180 have absolute insecurity. This will be, I think, quite a game changer too. And we discussed it with the example India, Pakistan, and how it will change stability calculations and unforeseeable consequences. I think we have to manage that too. So geoeconomics. We discussed already about this issue of economic security. This idea or the realization that technology can be weaponized, the dependence on it. Europe is hugely dependent on digital technology, either delivered by the US or by China, Japan, Korea sometimes. So how do we deal with that? The question of our competitiveness. We've seen, given that we have the lack in digital technologies, that also was a contributing factor that we are way ahead when it comes to AI. But quantum, I think, is the only, well, there are other technologies, but quantum is one of the few technologies where we still have a momentum, where we can sort of be on par with China and US. And that's why economic security is also about how do we build our technological sovereignty. Sometimes it's also discussed under open strategic autonomy. So Dongyoun was already talking about this strategic decoupling that is taking place. We see the trade order we know has sort of, we're starting to dissolve. And it's going to be interesting to see what that will do to us. I think the IMF has calculated that it will be a reduction of 2% of global GDP. So it has real consequences. If you look at what is happening with the tariffs that have been introduced, this will be real consequences for people, in particular in Southeast Asia. Yeah, so shaping all this, it's not only export controls, you have investment screening, outbound investment, all the rest, reshaping trade dynamics. And what will this mean for investment, research, integration, talent flows, huge war on talents. And of course, we've discussed this also, it does cripple innovation. And it will limit market access and supply chains. And that's interesting because we have not really a clear vision where the choke points are, or there are no dominant choke points, right? There's not yet a dominant actor like in the semiconductor field or in AI. So we'll see how this will pan out. So, and the third dimension is the peace and security. I'm not going to go into this. We've discussed it. The cyber information security aspects that will have a huge impact on critical infrastructure, data, privacy, the implication for defense, strategic stability and deterrence. Would be very interesting to discuss it further. We have very little discussed the implications of quantum for disarmament, non-proliferation, arms control, particularly. Supply chain we've discussed, and economic security too. And the quantum divide, I mentioned it already. For me, that's all part of a peace and security agenda, sorry. And then the fourth dimension, which I call ethics, human rights, and human security. So I think there's quite some literature, but Beata and others will know more about the ethics of quantum, quite interesting, but there's practically none on human rights. And I wonder whether there is so much of a difference to, to digital technologies in AI in this field. I mean, obviously, we've discussed the cyber data information security side of it. So obviously, there's a right to privacy issue. Very little, there's discussion to right to science. Do you know that there's a right to science? Right to benefit from the scientific progress is a human right. It's one of the least known human rights and not very much researched, but it's about access to science and the right that if there is scientific knowledge out there, that you can benefit from it. And what we've seen is that this right is basically very much curtailed, right, with all the restrictions that are being put in place, and also by the fact, and, you know, and this idea of a commons would actually be a way of promoting right to science. I think it would be an interesting point to discuss that a bit further in the human rights circles. And I put up there the right to equality, also as a corollary to other rights. You know, we've discussed some use cases that quantum can have in the field of sustainable development. So, what is sustainable development? Access to water. Can quantum technologies help? I don't know, detect underwater reservoirs in the sub-Sahara? It would be a huge thing for people in the global south, right? So access to that technology means also access to the right to water and equal access. So again, we are with the access question: who controls access to these technologies? And there is a human rights dimension to it. It could be right to water, right to development. Tricky. Right to development is something that we Europeans don't like. That's a whole different discussion. But right to housing, right to environment, and all the rest of it. So that's basically, for me, human security and sustainable development. It is also what you discussed under quantum for good. So how can quantum be leveraged for sustainable development? So maybe going to the final stages, because that was asked for me. I should say something about the European quantum strategy. So the European Commission will soon put up the European quantum strategy, following, you know, the quantum declaration. Some of you might know that. So it's an incremental step, right? First, the Commission brought out the flagship, basically no involvement of member states. Now they put out the Quantum Pact, trying to put in member states. So the strategy is the first time that we'll have a discussion within the European Union on a policy level where we want to go. I'm going to be very curious. I have no idea what they're going to be writing there. I asked Gustav Kalbe, one of the guys who's responsible for it, do we need a quantum foreign policy? And he didn't give me an answer, obviously, because he's not a foreign policy expert. He knows really well how to put up, you know, the quantum flagship and whatnot. But this is the point I'm going to be making later. There are so many more dimensions, because Gustav Kalbe, who's writing that strategy, is not an export control person either. I mean, I suppose they will ask other DGs, so other Commission Director Generals, but again, it's not a strong point in Europe that people across silos work together. So we'll see what comes out of that strategy. I'm pretty sure the CFSP and CSDP, so what is CFSP? The Common Foreign Security Policy aspects, which is not part of the European Union, you know, common and defense and security policy aspects is a competence of the member states. Well, the Union has also its own CFSP, so it's a shared competence. But it has been hugely difficult to bring in the Commission into aspects that are more something for diplomats and defense people, because basically that's not their expertise. You know, the Commission is strong on trade, is strong on regulation, putting up research calls, but they're not really strong on what we call common foreign security policy or security and defense policy. But that, I think, will need to change. of course, the Commission does a lot of things with other countries. You know, we have the EU-US Trade and Technology Council. We have it with India. We have digital partnerships with Korea. That's where the Commission does all kinds of work. But it's not the kind of political dialogue that I think we also need. It's a very technocratic way, talking about taxonomy and definitions of AI, safety systems or whatnot, but not, and how to cooperate on, you know, in research. But there's, at least as far as I know, very little on foreign policy and security policy. So we see, there's nothing I can tell you about. I come really to, how did I talk already too long? Did I talk too long? Can I keep going on? So we're coming to the conclusion. I put up consciousness diplomacy on the quantum world, because I think that quantum could be really helping in bringing forth a paradigm shift that I think is extremely needed in diplomacy. And that's why I put up there human consciousness transforming technologies. I think that certainly neurotech, but also AI and quantum changes the way we interact with technology, you know, the relationship between humankind and machines. And with neurotechnologies, I think we come also to the crunch of what it means to be human, what consciousness means. We have this discussion with AI too, right? Can AI ever become conscious? Could they become something else? So it's always about who we are and how we see the world and how we see ourselves. So it's, I think, a different approach if you look at quantum, because quantum is non-binary. It's everywhere at once, right? And it's certainly not linear. And we've seen in this geopolitical battlefield that this is a world that is VUCA. What is VUCA? Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And traditional diplomacy is just not made for that kind of reality. Because we need to be thinking out of the box. Difficult. Diplomats are not used to thinking out of the box. To the contrary, we have our boxes and we stay in our boxes. We hate changing positions. And that makes sense because, you know, diplomacy is a very conservative field for good reasons. You know, foreseeability needs some continuity. You can't just change one position and then come up with a new one tomorrow. Well, some in this world can. But does it lead to trust? No. Diplomacy is very much about trust, and trust is about continuity. You don't go to changing your positions from one day to the other. But we need to be more adaptive, right? More agile, and react much quicker. So for me, this is why I said we have to be more into anticipation. So we can't wait till things happen and then we react. And anticipating, because if you talk to a diplomat, yeah, but there's nothing there. What can we do? We don't even understand it. Fine, but we should be part of something where we anticipate what is happening. It doesn't mean that we know the future, but we are part of something where we influence the images of the future to shape the decisions of today. And it's been already said by where is she? Anna, right? That we have, you know, some big tech companies that single-handedly decide the fate of billions. And they have very concrete ideas of the images of the future. And they change the way how we look at the future. And it changes everything. So I think that's why anticipation is so important. And that's we as diplomats also, if we need to anticipate and be part of that discussion, or we shape the future by shaping the present now with the right rules. So normative frameworks need to be adapted early. Act before governance gaps become crises. That's it. So what does that mean? No silos anymore. Huge difficulty here because government is about silos. Government is about sectoral structures. It's very difficult
to bring people to think outside their silos. Because it's not their mandate, it's not their competence, not their expertise. So do we maybe need a whole new set of government people, you know, who can connect the dots? Sibylle was talking about the stakeholders. Again, this idea that you only have one stakeholder group in a room discussing these issues, it doesn't work, obviously. And we have good examples of multi-stakeholder governance models, like the International Governance Forum, even though they don't go about creating any norms, but they've been hugely influential. And I think that's a very important model for us to take over. And the classical compliance model is inadequate. What do I mean? I think government people and diplomats, you know, they go by checkboxes. You know, that's how we work in the European Union. You have a working group, it's an agenda, every 3 days a new agenda, Commission puts out documents, throws them us, we have to read hundreds of pages, and then we tick the boxes, one document, one process after the other. But this is not going to work with this, you know, emerging technologies where we don't know so many things. You know, you can only tick the boxes if you know it really well. So that's what I call the compliance approach. You tick the boxes. We have to do it differently and outside the box. So, and I now conclude. So 3 conclusions for me. Tech is everywhere, and it's fundamentally geopolitical. You see it in international human rights, international humanitarian law fields. You see it in trade. You see it in infrastructure. It's everywhere. Finance. It touches upon all our lives, and everything is geopolitical. And as I said already, we can't wait. For that discussion we had, are we too early or too late? I'm also agree that we can never be too early. I think we can only be too late. That's why we have to start thinking now and anticipate. And as I said, silos, segmentation, we just simply cannot afford it. It's just how can we organize and make sure that we find the places where we get the right interdisciplinary groups together and the right stakeholder groups and chart a way forward. So that's pretty much it. As I said, do we need special cooperation mechanisms like a global quantum forum where we discuss this, like similar to the International Governance Forum? Do we need a national quantum forum, a European one? I think, yes. We don't have it yet. We need some sort of a multi-stakeholder mechanism to discuss this. Okay, I could go on and on and on, but I see people already starting to yawn. So thanks very much for your attention. And yeah, very much looking forward to your questions and the debate. Thanks a million.
Peter, how would you like to continue?
I would like to give some comments, some impressions, and then would like to open indeed the discussion with the floor. And it's difficult. So, yeah, let's go back to the beginning. So this is a workshop about responsible development of quantum technologies. And we as a community of researchers in academia working on it, were confronted with the fact that all of a sudden the world around us changed. It has nothing to do with quantum, it has to do with the world. And all of a sudden we're not anymore working in a space of open science and lots of global trade. We all of a sudden work in another, we're situated in another worlds where blocks compete with each other, where we're confronted with knowledge security. We have to all of a sudden screen everyone. And frankly, it's a bit of a dumb world. what we had 10 years ago was a whole universe. We could collaborate with the whole of Africa, with the whole of Latin America. If my postdoc, philosophy, sorry about that. If my postdoc would go to Lima in Peru, I would say, yes, great. She took all my knowledge with me. Wonderful. So I can collaborate with Peru from now on. And the development of the world has taken a step to the positive. Knowledge from one place went to two places. And now all of a sudden that has changed. We have to, even I as a philosopher have to check if what the nationality of my PhDs are. Sorry, you can't hire you. That has happened, and we have to deal with it. And we realized also, and thanks to Seki Edrin, to introduce also diplomacy and the international realm and the military realm. We have to collaborate. Bit awkward. All of a sudden, we have had to work with other types of values. All of a sudden, ITAS is working with on a military topic. It is already said that it was kind of strange, not rare, let's say. But okay, that's the task of this period. And also the task is to work with the international affairs or with governance or multinational organizations. And we want to do that, but I think, and that's the topic I want to put on the table, how can we do it? I don't think we should get the diplomats in. The way you describe the diplomats is, no, they are in silos. They can't do WOCA. All the examples you gave is, I spoke with Gustav Kalbe as the man of the flagship. He didn't get it. So
I wouldn't say that he didn't get it. It's recorded, right? Gustav, I didn't say that.
There was no collaboration. There was no next step. So if we would have to bring someone in, I think it's more a transition management coach. How can we collaborate? A couple of examples which today happened was kind of negative. Yesterday we had this Ketterman is a really good ethical notion of commons. Let's consider quantum computing as a commons. Would that help? And Claudia said, no. No. Where on earth does that come from? From my side, if I look at the analysis of the supply chain, say, oh dear, how are these physicists ever working? There's so many factors to block it completely. Don't explain me that there are also choking points. Explain me why it still works. That seems to be the real question. So we seem to be not yet speaking the same language or getting a kind of collaboration. Well, how could we get that collaboration? I joined the adventure also. I actually also went to UNESCO, work with them. And I always have to remember, which division in UNESCO I'm talking with, because they don't talk with each other. We talked with, yes, Sibylle, how can we organize something? Yeah, but with which politicians can we invite? Not that one, because they don't talk with each other. It's only difficult. So on the basis of that, just from a management point of view, I fully agree with everything what you said, and I want to be, let's say, in 5 years' time at that position that we could say, yes, we have an agenda, and we can talk about the goals, but for now we should be careful not to just put into, to merge. I think at max we can have little points where we can collaborate to realize our joint goals. just bringing the diplomats in, I think, would paralyze the discussion here. My experience of going to UNESCO and to Geneva was great. Great people, of course, but it was paralyzing too. I didn't speak anymore about my own goals. I wasn't an ethicist anymore, but I talked about, was trying to fit in. Well, that's a bit of a grim analysis, response. It's not meant like that. It's meant to put on the table the question, how can we start? How can we start this collaboration? I know how to collaborate with the ethicists who work on the defense part. It's strange bedfellows, but I know how to do that. Here, I really have to think hard. How could we do that? So maybe a first question to you, and I would also invite you. How do you see do you see possibilities to indeed start to collaborate with the responsible development community and the international realm of diplomacy? I'll leave it at that. Shall I hand it back?
I can move the other. I can move that. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. She can. She has the mic.
No, it's fine. I'm really interested in the discussion because I like this provocative thing that brings out new knowledge. So good.
Thank you, first of all, Claudia, for the interesting insight, and also Peter for your response to that. I can see where your response comes from, Peter, and I feel a bit reminded on the comment that I heard from technicians when I work with them and think about trying to bring in ethics when they say, I just want to do technology stuff. Please leave me alone with your social people or something. We are in a similar situation now when diplomats come to our turf and say, hey, we also want to contribute. We can help. And I would also say with this historical perspective that you give that, I don't know, back in the 80s and the 90s, I guess this wouldn't have been such big of a topic. I don't know any literature when it comes to nanotechnology, for example, where they were referring to the necessity to bring in diplomats in this discourse. It's a novelty that we're talking about, but also we are in changing times, I would say. Quantum technology brings us to a situation where, as you also said, the borders between countries are suddenly shutting down, for one. For the other, we are also in a situation where governments feel obliged to defend their turfs when it comes to technological development. I would also say this has not, well, there are some comparisons in the past, atomic bomb, for example, but this is not a normal situation, I would also say. So this is something that over the past decade or century, we have progressed to a moment where governments suddenly feel, okay, this is something extremely important where we have to close down the turfs and we have to reserve technology for us to get certain advantages towards other governments. Usually this was only done by researchers themselves and they could communicate, and then maybe also a private industry and so on. Now it's government. And now here, I think diplomats need to come in. And I can understand this argument. I would also see that somehow we have to find a new place on the table for diplomats. But what I do not understand is the role of the diplomat. Because the way that you framed it is a very, I would say, very humanitarian approach. So you say, hey, we want to build bridges. We want to collaborate. We want to bring everybody on the table, invite stakeholders, shake hands, and so on. But isn't the diplomat biased? Because the diplomat, that's my understanding, but please correct me and tell me, but because the diplomat is there to represent the interests of the state. Your perspective of diplomacy, I would say, is something very different, for example, from J.D. Vance's perspective of diplomacy. So what is the perspective of tech diplomacy then in this context, and how can I know what kind of values I'm staying or I'm opposing when I'm talking to a diplomat?
Well, Austria and other countries, particularly in the European Union, have always seen that multilateral cooperation is key to our strategic objectives: peace and security, human rights, sustainable development. Let's keep it at these three strategic objectives broadly. And we've always seen that, so what is diplomacy 2? Is about negotiating norms that govern international relations, that govern the way we deal, for instance, technology. We've done that traditionally with nuclear technology, more or less successful, but there are treaties on this. We've deviated a bit when it comes to the internet and digital technologies, because there we had a deliberate approach not to touch it. You know, there was a very, very distinct movement to ensure that internet governance stays decentralized, multi-stakeholder, non-state-led. So no intergovernmental convention or negotiations or norms or oversight. That was something, you know, that was agreed upon in the early 2000s, well, in the 90s already, with the technical layers of the internet governance. But internet governance is not only how to govern technically the internet, it's also, you know, governance of the policy decisions that come out of the internet, you know. And we've seen that it from disinformation to connectivity issues, gender equality, what else? What are we discussing? Human rights, you know, how do digital technologies impact human rights, privacy, and there is no treaty on this, you know. We have our human rights treaties. They're also applicable online as well as offline. But see, autonomous weapon systems, there's no regulation. It's very difficult to get any regulation on it. Again, as I see, there is a role for diplomacy because we need to govern these issues. And govern means you set some sort of norms, some sort of process whereby you discuss norms and the way you cooperate on these issues. We've been discussing, you know, the deep mistrust, the fragmentation, the disruption that has come through the geopolitics of emerging and disruptive technologies. Well, diplomacy is about managing that. What kind of ways do we find to manage it in a positive way? Because it can go further down sideways. And it's our roles to say, well, we should not lose out of sight, you know, the concerns of other groups that have no capabilities in these fields, because it's in our self-interest. That was also always the you know, how the understanding of at least Austrian diplomacy. You know, we have international law, which is the premise for our diplomatic activities, you know. So there is no international law specifically to quantum, but of course there's this rule that you work together. And we have also a responsibility in terms of sustainable development for all. And we do that, if you like, and we can have a whole discussion, philosophic discussion, whether it's the smart way to do, you know, talking about migration. Is it smart? Is development cooperation something we do morally, or is it because we are smart, because then people will not migrate to richer countries? That's a whole different discussion. But we've always seen that it's in our self-interest to making sure that there's a multilateral global governance of things that are important to the international community as a whole. The days that we can do treaties is over. But there are other things we can do.
Can they do it? You describe them as they're unable to do it. They're not being able to deal with the WUCA things. You described them.
I'm a bit overpainting it. The thing is, I'm just saying that, you know, it's not that diplomats are not there and taking on responsibility if there's an issue, but with things that are not yet here, like quantum. How do you, I mean, what kind of principles are, I mean, you talk a lot about responsible quantum development, but what does that mean in international legal terms? In the end, it has to be norms, right? It's how human behavior is governed. In some ways, it's rules.
We agree that they should do it.
Yeah, and they can. Someone has to bring it in. You know, we've started now the process in UNESCO. You know,
So it's now in the intergovernmental field. And we have to make sure that, not only the very same people, the ethicists and quantum physicists talk about these things, but we bring in other people, they understand. It's what happened the last 30 years with digital technology, In the first phase, internet governance barely found a diplomat. You always have one or two, a bit crazy guys who are interested. You'll find that too among diplomats. But of course, it's not my bread and butter to discuss quantum. It took me quite some time. We have 1,000 other things to do. It's not our bread and butter. But there's this realization that it's become such a strong part of international relations. We all need to have more capacity in tech. That's what tech diplomacy is also about, raising our capacities. And that's what the US is doing, they, with their cyber security and technology bureau, the rollout, capacity building programs in the State, in the State Department.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe first thing, I of course didn't mean it in the sense of like it isn't desirable to have a common good, at least on aspects of quantum, but I felt more that, it's a stark contrast to how we see much of that debate being framed in different silos, perhaps. I think when it comes to tech diplomacy, it's really important to think about what we want to achieve and what we want to do, because we don't want to end up in a situation where, we have an OEWG, like an open-ended working group at the UN for the sake of having one. Because if it's going to be 20 years of discussing a definition and never actually getting anywhere because we don't have an understanding of what the objective is that we want to reach, that's not going to help anyone. And that's just going to, be more work for diplomats without achieving anything. I think in terms of separating, as you might have kind of like said it a bit, sort of like, too sharp, but I'm not sure whether that's really the way to go around. I think there's a lot that can be done on dialogues like at this level and actually needs to be done, because I think this is perhaps like the exception of how informed someone at the diplomatic level is, and how much engagement there is with different regulatory areas, with people from the scientific community, with people from the ethics community. And so I think there is a role, and that role should entail also going to the extent possible beyond the halves. Like, it doesn't make sense to only have those discussions within that sort of small group. Maybe that's a point to start, but particularly if we're talking about this as desirability of a commons, or not creating or widening a quantum gap, all of that should feed into the decisions that you make of who you involve and how you do that. I think it has to start sort of like at a relatively small level, but the dialogues across these communities is really important. And I think maybe it's a too stark a contrast if you just think about this as half a room full of ethicists and half a room full of diplomats sitting together and trying to get around this. But it probably has to be a much more multidisciplinary and much more diverse sort of round of actors who has to think about this. And I don't know, my feeling right now, even just like the little exposure that I have to this, we're still kind of at the beginning of this. There need to be a lot of steps done, and hopefully, happening in a lot of other places as well, that maybe get us to a level of us then being able to say, okay, this might be an area where diplomacy can lead. Because, diplomacy is also great, right? Diplomacy sets rules and gives you a level at which, even despite sort of like the biggest adversarial relationships or whatever you still have dialogue, right? Like, that's part of diplomacy. You still talk, you still have that engagement. So there's a lot of value in having diplomacy. And the question is then, how do we find the right objective and the right framework in which we can move ahead when it comes to quantum? And my feeling is just like, don't just jump in and open an open-ended working group and stick with that.
No, but
There. Do you have something in mind?
To be honest, I don't feel like I'm there yet in terms of being able to say like this is the step that you should take, but kind of more reflecting on sort of like because it felt like stark positions there. I mean,
Fine. What I don't mean is that we jump into a process by which we already start a working group and a text and a recommendation or a declaration or a resolution or whatnot. But as you said, we're all starting to get to acquire knowledge about what is happening. And the only thing is I'm saying, let's involve diplomats as early on as possible, because they're also part of that ecosystem that should be as broad and comprehensive as possible, because in the end, it will be about that. And exactly where do you start with making, where do you have a global forum, inclusive global, where you bring in voices that have been totally out of that debate at all? As I said, we've got 20 countries, we've got here, how many countries have you gathered? Some 10, right? 10 countries, more or less, I think 7 or 8 I've counted. But for me, that's why, for me, that was the reason why I thought we have to start that discussion within UNESCO. And you use the ethics angle, because what is the ethics of it? You need to know where to go. And you have to have a discussion about it. And for me, I think it's a very important thing that we do it also in a place where the global South countries feel respected. For them, UNESCO is their organization. They feel very much at ease with it. And I've seen that with the discussion we had in UNESCO on the ethics of AI, where we had, a member of our European delegation saying, when we discussed, the resolutions, that would lead then up to a process, and the governmental process, negotiating this recommendation on the ethics of AI. And in the preparations, you had a European diplomat saying, yeah, but we've got already AI principles in the EU and the OECD. We have to put it in our resolution. And I remember very distinctly, a diplomat from a global South or NAM country, basically exploding and saying, look, that's a rich boys club. We're not privy to these discussions. We had not our voice was not heard. We were not on the table when you made the rules. And the days are over that we Europeans or US or the West or whatever can make the rules. People hate us for this. And they stop doing stuff what we want. If we want people to also help us with our prerogatives, and I saw it exactly when we wanted, the votes of Global South, when we wanted, our Ukraine resolutions being voted in the General Assembly. And we're super surprised that most countries said, now you want something from us. Whenever we want something from you, you do it your way. You put down, you just drop your technologies on us. You reap all the benefits, very few of you guys on top. And then you socialize, all the downsides on the rest of the world. We cannot cope. And then you don't even include us in the conversation of where this is going. We don't have a seat at the table. So that's why I'm saying we need to start this discussion, because it will blow in our face. We have no clue how quickly this will come, Maybe it's again a ChatGPT moment, and then it's there. And everybody's like, ooh. But we've seen AI has been around for ages. There's been just so many AI winters that we forgot about it. Maybe there will be quantum winters and we forget about it too, and you guys won't do meetings anymore. But I don't bank on it. I bank on it that it will be quick, or it could be quick. And as I said, my lessons from the last 30 years of how we dealt with the internet and digital technology was we were always too late. This is now the moment where we can change the equation by being early.
We need to continue very quickly, and we have already 3 questions. Right? So quick questions, quick answers.
Okay, this is going to be hard. Thanks for the nice discussion. We've got triggered it, and I think it's very interesting to really discuss with diplomacy or how much. So let me try to shorten my question. So the first question I was asking myself is always, why quantum? Why is it special for quantum? Is there anything special about quantum? Why don't we talk about technology in general? But again, I try to keep short. So the other 2 points. One is, I'm always asking, when we give access to new technologies to everyone, that's the idea, and I like the idea, like from a humanitarian point of view, very much. But that, of course, also takes away an advantage that we can get as a nation or someone who funds the new technology from this technology over other nations, over other actors, which could again mean that there's probably not that much reason to fund this technology as a nation, because if someone else does it, we will also get access. So why would I do it? This could, or someone could make a point of it that it slows down innovation when you say, okay, we don't, we give access to everyone, so there won't be any economic or geopolitical advantages, which would be the skeptical point of view. And then in the second point, I want to totally agree with, I think we do need diplomacy at some point, because when we talk about technology sovereignty, how we understand in our institute is that it's not just we are able to do the technology by ourselves, we can produce it or we can research on it, but instead that we are only dependent on other players that are equally dependent on us, so that they won't cut us off. And I think we do need international collaboration. We work also on like building up the battery value chain right now, which is a huge topic. We see there's so much competence in Asia, in China, South Korea, Japan, and we don't have it in Europe. So we really struggle there to keep the pace. And in these fields, we need collaborations because we don't have the knowledge. And we see that some companies in the US collaborating with companies from China or in South Korea, but we don't have it in Europe. And I think that diplomats could help building up these collaborations from just a political point of view, because scientists maybe not push themselves to start collaborating with these nations or researchers from these nations, but politicians or diplomats could help give an impulse there and build up some funding programs or whatever to really build up this collaboration, which could be extremely valuable. And so, yeah, in the end, I would think, yeah, I think I agree. It could be very helpful.
Can I? Let's say, I understand what you say if I take it from the international policy perspective. If I take it from an ethical perspective, I don't understand it. Because then technology sovereignty means a good concept, like it, let's explore it, means that every country can have its own knowledge base and use it, not be dependent of the other. So that would mean exporting as quickly as possible to all countries around the world. Because, of course, Germany wants to be sovereign in its technology, but why should the other not be sovereign in technology? That's the ethical response to it. So we should aim at that. Whether we get the deployment.
I was only making the point, like for national sovereignty, I didn't talk about sovereignty of other states, right?
But I do.
Yeah,
That's
But it's not right that, as you say, sovereignty doesn't mean autarky. You know, it means what it means that we minimize the risk of being super vulnerable and the risk of you know, being exposed to weaponization of technology. I'm not so sure, you know, we have to be very, I think, granular in our analysis of if they are dependent on us, they will not do us any harm. Because, you know, I remember very distinctly when I was a young diplomat in Brussels, that we had 2006, we had the first crisis with Russia and Ukraine on gas. And then suddenly everybody realized, oh, we are dependent on Russian oil and gas, 40%. But hold on, they're also dependent on us. There will never be a problem. And it was a problem. We have, I think we have to have a bit more granular analysis, but you're right. It is about beefing dependencies of others. We sometimes look too little on that. Having some sort of, at least some base to at least run our countries, if it all goes sideways. And the international corporations, and it's already happening in some cases. The Commission is already pushing now also with Japan on quantum, interestingly. But there's lots of.
For time reasons, but I'd like to make a general remark. I feel a certain resistance against what Claudia just wrote, and I'm not sure whether that's justified. We do have an active and creative diplomat here who has all kinds of good ideas, and then we come and say, put so many arguments against them. So it's just, I feel that a little unjust. And remarking, the second remark is diplomats can only go so far as the governments allow.
So if there is a government such as Austria, which has a positive role in all kinds of international fields, including the armament and new technologies, we should just be happy.
And go out to your foreign ministries and say it's important that they engage, because otherwise this will not work. No, but I see it as positive, you know. I see, because, you know, it was very interesting to Tommaso Calarco, who was in at the inaugural conference at UNESCO for the quantum year, you know. And then he came to me and said, you know what was very interesting? There was really a reticence from the quantum physicists to talk to diplomats or the people who were at UNESCO. And they're like, who are these people, these diplomats that talk about quantum, and they have no clue about quantum? Who are they to talk about quantum? You know, and Tommaso remarked, it was quite funny. He said that kind of remark came from the elder, you know, very established, Nobel Prize awarded kind of quantum physicists, not from the younger ones. The younger ones do understand that it comes so close to them, the research security question. They need some guidance. And who else to give them that than, you know, having that dialogue? But I think it's very important to talk about it. The residents, because that's where, you know, as Claudia said, if we want to have a dialogue, we need everybody to want that dialogue. If there's reticence, we need to talk about it, because otherwise it's not going to work. In reticence and resistance is everywhere. It seems nobody wants to talk these days. Also within government, you know, how much difficulty I have within my own colleagues from the line ministries. When I tell them we diplomats need a seat in the table, they're like looking at me, what?
Last 5 minutes. So, quick question, quick answer.
I have a question about the future of democracy, because we not future. That would be I don't think mine is also sure, but I'm curious on commenting, because we're talking about the diplomacy when it comes to the quantum, and quantum will be this enabler. We're comparing it to this atomic bomb situation and so on, and diplomacy, how it evolved there. But the truth is, quantum will enable even more different applications. So it will be way more complex on a diplomatic level of the applications, and also of the ethics and keeping it away. But I feel like we're still keeping that conversation that, like, well, look what in US happened, and we are not yet there in Europe. We're still doing it in the old school way. But if we look on a development of the political parties in the individual European countries, it's not said that you know, in 2 or 3 years we will also have a government that are not necessarily respecting the old way of leading democracy or putting the laws forward the way we used to. But we'll have a little bit of an American problem of an abrupt changes. And I'm just curious, are we preparing for that moment that diplomacy will get even more tricky, because we will be representing maybe the new way of thinking? Because I mean, we mentioned diplomacy also represents the country, and if the country is led in a new way, well, we see what is going on in the US.
Well, the good thing, that's the one good thing about the European Union. It becomes really more difficult for one country to get out of that that frame, if you like, of values and objectives. And Brexit has made it very clear: if you think you can do it on your own, you are on your own. And you know, Brexit even killed off some proponents of an Oxit, that's, you know, the Austrian exit, or in Hungary there was some talk. French Le Pen stopped it altogether. So I think as long as the European Union, there's a force that can help us. Certainly, you know, things will get more difficult. But the European Union has a life on its own, bit separate from member states. You know, that's also sometimes worrying. But from a member state's perspective, but there's a frame that is bigger than just the national state. So I think that could be helpful. And I didn't answer your question about do we need, governance of quantum, AI, and all the rest of it? Can we just have one thing? Well, in a way, you have both. For instance, we Austrians, we introduced a resolution in the Human Rights Council on the human rights implications of emerging and disruptive technologies. We did the same, by the way, for the military. So we introduced a separate one on the human rights implications of new and emerging emerging and disruptive technologies in the military realm. Didn't make us very popular for some, but that's where you have, the emerging and disruptive framework, and no distinction between neurotech or quantum or AI or nano or biotech or 5G or whatever, I don't know. But I think for some, it does make sense. With Wenzel, I do a lot on neurotech. There's a whole different people who work on neurotech, than the quantum people. So for that conversation to take place, I think we need the people who understand the technologies, and we need people like Wenzel who work, on foresight, and like Peter who work on ethics of quantum, and like Matthias who works on the governance and legal part, and we need Sibylle who works on the arms control part. We need so many people to make sense out of this, that I think at this point where it's so unclear where this is all going, I think we need separate strands.
I like the question about democracy. So where does it go? It is a descriptive question. So what will be the case in 2 years' time? And we can have a chat about that. It's important because I think we should not follow it. We should adapt to it. We should stay with the aim which we have, namely responsible development of quantum technology. Yesterday, we had wonderful talks about what that would mean, especially go on, Natasha. These are the norms.
He sent a message.
So she's alive, that's good.
We didn't see if there's anything from the floor, right?
That word. I think if something changed up there, our question is, how can we get to still get these norms out? How can we adapt them in order for that new situation? But so not be rigorous and say we're only doing ethics of technology. That's not what I mean. But what I mean is stay focused on what you want to realize. So I don't know what democracy will be in 2 years' time. But I do know that in 2 years' time, there will be a meeting here where wonderful results about developing quantum technologies responsibly are being presented in that new situation for that currency.
And with that being said, I would like to thank both Claudia and Peter